Hello, everyone. Dragor.
Hello,
Dragor
everyone.
here. Oh, no.
Dragon.
Oh, this is off to. All right. I think I'm back. Welcome to a quick and dirty little virtual first squared charity stream. And if you haven't figured out already, tech demo. I get to wear the hat of first oops so far. We have 4 panels for you all today. We have QQH, Quack Quack Honk, doing a wonderful painting. We're going to have some Otherworld stories. There will be an Iggy panel that is listed down on the live.firstsquared.com page with the name I just forgot. There will be various forms of donation related uh, old school ROM game playing silliness. We're going to end with libation appreciation, and then we'll be done just in time for Uncle Kage's wine stream live stream. We're doing this for Rob Hogan. You can click that GoFundMe link. You're on our page down below there. Please go check it out. If you can give, give, and if you can't, we hope the next 4 hours are entertaining and amusing for you. With that, we're going to switch over to QQH.
Hi, everyone. As you know, we are here to help Rob out, and Rob is a painter in the furry fandom. He does awesome acrylic and watercolors, and so in order to be like all supportive, I am trying to do acrylics, which is I've been practicing this week. Uh, I have the colors here that I'm going to be using. So if you downloaded the art and want to follow along, these are the colors I'm using. I'm not sponsored. These are just what I had. So first, I'm going to put on a base of yellow, partially because it'll look really good with the art colors, but partially also because this is one of the few acrylics that won't cover up my outline, and I most definitely need my outline. So we're going to get a quick and sloppy laydown of.
This is a PG stream.
We're going to quickly cover the mat board with yellow paint. And we want it very thin because even it will eventually cover up the outline if it's not thin. Plus, it'll take too long to dry.
It's quarantine. You can't complain if it's not thin enough.
So slightly off screen here, I just have a big cup of water, which I am dipping my brushes in, which are just a generic multi-use brush. They're good for lots of things.
Are they good for basting chicken?
Probably not. I mean, maybe, but they haven't been declared food safe by the FDA. So I'd probably stick to your silicone brush there, or your basting suction thingy.
Oh, your technical terms.
Yes. I'm really good with a technical term. You know, the thingy that goes with the thingy that interacts with the thingy. So, if you've been to first grade, you've met Rob. He's always in the dealer's den. He does wonderful art. He's done Scooby Doo and the Golden Girls, and I gave one of his prints of Stephen King's It to a friend who constantly hangs it in her house where her wife will accidentally find it, who absolutely hates horror movies, and it is hilarity for me, probably not hilarity for her.
I like the one at the bottom of the basement stairs, though.
That was fun when she put it at the basement stairs.
Because we got texts about that one.
Yep. Much along the lines of, why did you give this to my wife? I will have vengeance. Vengeance shall be mine.
Still waiting for vengeance.
Still waiting for vengeance, but she's a librarian, and they're really good at the long game.
What you gonna do, fine you?
I mean, maybe. She's also like 6'2".
And?
I took her to jiu-jitsu courses. She could be formidable.
What you're saying, she's gonna put things up too high for you to reach?
Probably. Or at least for her wife to reach.
Well, yeah. I think she already does that. Darn, we should have suggested that for the painting. She could have just put it up near ceiling level. Then it would move. Oh, the delicacy and grace.
What delicacy and grace?
Exactly.
So I did do this sketch by hand. It didn't just print it out. But then afterwards, to get it onto this canvas board, I did this trick where I used a pencil and put it on paper and then flipped it over, put the sketch on top, and pressed it into the canvas with a piece of pointy wood.
So what you're saying is we're too cheap for carbon paper.
You know, carbon paper is just a horrible waste to keep around. So yeah, I made my own carbon paper. Plus, I didn't just have it already.
Suppose you could have tried to use the checkbook. Just very small pieces at a time.
I accidentally get sensitive bank information out of the art. You'd be so thrilled.
I'm more worried about the fact that we'd write checks and then find out you stole the carbon out from it.
Well, that too.
You know.
So.
Okay, so we're going to stick with yellow, huh?
Yellow's the background.
Oh, we're not going to leave him as yellow, too? He's so cheerful. Unfortunately, the gray covers up your lines.
It does. That's, kind of the point. Quite enough. Of course, I'm also getting it out a little bit too thin there. But as we described earlier, this isn't supposed to be, paint really well with quack quack conk. I use markers. It'd be a completely different medium if we were doing it well.
Uh-huh. Maybe we should have done sculpture while we're at it.
No, that takes way too long.
No, you can do the oil paints, the really thick ones where you just sculpt the paint with a little palette knife.
Oh, dear God, no. I will burn down the house. We have discussed this. I don't do oil paints. I will accidentally blow up our house. Yes, that is a thing. You can blow up your house with oil paints.
Just because they can auto-ignite.
Yes. So if you store your wastewater for your oil paints, because you can't dump them down the drain, if you store it in, like, say, your storage closet where your heater is and your water, your water heater and all that good stuff comes into the house, you can blow up your house.
I think you're picking up your yellow.
I am picking up my yellow, which is why I was trying to put more, because I didn't get a chance to let it really well dry.
Yeah, but before you go over it again, I think you'll just keep picking up your yellow.
I shall blow on it, see if I can get it drier.
Should have brought a hairdryer, I guess.
I mean, I think we have one.
I know we have a hairdryer, I just didn't get it ready for this.
Neither did I.
I don't think anybody really wants to listen to you run a hairdryer in their headphones either.
That's kind of the bigger problem, honestly, because I do have a little heater device for drying stuff in my kit down there, but A, I have caught things on fire with it accidentally. So I don't use it. And B, it's loud.
Yes, fire bad.
I mean, fire in your art studio bad. Sometimes fire good.
If we were going to do this outside, you should have let me know ahead of time.
Oh no.
We totally should have done that.
Not now. It's raining sleet.
And we could have set you up a little, umbrella over your artwork. You could have painted en plein, or whatever it is.
I have no idea what that means.
Well, remember there was that whole plein air class that, you didn't want to go do in Colorado? Where you could stay outside for, 4 weeks and paint the scenery?
No. Me and outdoors are not friends. Like, we are passing acquaintances at best.
I don't know. Seems like you could have learned a lot about painting with squirrels or something.
Does Colorado have a lot of squirrels? I mean, no, yes, they do, because they got the plague this year.
Yeah.
Like, not the COVID plague, they got the actual plague.
Yeah, into everyone's life, a little bubonic plague must fall.
I mean, at least it's curable now. Which I find is a surprising fact most people don't know.
What, that you can cure the bubonic plague?
Yes.
I think most people would just be concerned enough to know that, people still get the bubonic plague every year.
Yeah, but it's curable now.
Yeah, true.
You don't have to worry about it. It goes away. I mean, not on its own. You have to seek medical help, but
Shouldn't we be talking something about art? Not the
I mean,
bubonic plague?
maybe. But it's hard to explain, about an art form I'm not horribly familiar with. I'm very familiar with the plague. Rob does this wonderfully. I have watched him. He does panels at conventions where he goes over doing art, and I've watched him at his booth doing this. And he does wonderful stuff with this. And
this is your pop quiz to show how much you were paying attention?
No, this was my ode to Rob getting better. I want him to get better, but unfortunately, better in America is expensive. And there are going to be many, many hospital bills and doctor appointments and stuff still to come. And so we really need to do our best to support him and raise as much as you can, because artists in the fandom, some people manage to make a living on art, but it's hard, and it does not come with good health insurance. So if we could smash that GoFundMe goal, he will definitely probably need even more than they've set up to cover all the expenses in getting better.
Yes, especially considering it's all out of network so far.
Yep.
So for those of you who have learned the scary phrase of out of network, you'll understand why we all really want to raise a lot for him. Because those are scary words when the bill comes.
Yep. And there are ways to get on insurance to make them cover some of those things, but they're not easy. They take a lot of arguing and yelling And when you're trying to get better, arguing and yelling is not conducive to healing and health. So, which I think is the kind of especially why they do it. But
could be.
So if we could help him out, that would be wonderful, guys. Because, I mean, he's not just at First Squared. You've probably seen him at MFF, and I've seen him at a lot of places. He does Motor City Comic Con. Usually, I don't think he does MCFC. But he does, like, he's at a convention almost every week. And he really works hard so that all y'all have, like, fun stuff to look at and panels to go to. And so.
Yeah, he's always given a lot back to the community.
Yep. Do we have any questions from people?
Sadly, no questions in terms of chat on this.
Oh.
Didn't have time to set up chat.
Okay.
So instead, you'll just have to entertain them on your own. Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha. I haven't done much this year because I've been sitting at home like a good little artist and not doing anything. But hopefully that'll be changing soon. I know we don't quite yet have who's participating at MFF. I put in for panels there, so maybe you might see me. And I put in panels for at least one panel for First Squared.
You're right. We really have to save you painting outside for MFF.
No.
Come on. It's like, the end of December.
No.
You can keep your paints warm with your body heat.
No.
What's the Icy Artist Challenge? Huh?
I have already sold art in December outside in the snow. And it doesn't even look like we're going to have a lot of good snow.
Yeah.
Not right now, at least. Right now we're getting slush.
There are no snow days as an artist.
No, but snow is way better than slush. So, right now I have a nice... Oops, I forgot his hand.
Got his hand. He's sideways.
Well, yes, so I can get to his hand without putting my hand in wet paint.
How do you like this? Supposed to float over the canvas?
I'm not good
like
at
butterfly.
That. That's why I use markers. And
I'm sure there must be some quick dry stuff you could add into this.
I'm sure there is.
Kerosene, jet fuel, something like that.
No.
What? That's how you get things to set up in the winter if you're painting outside, is you add a more flammable solvent to it.
That's nifty. Must we revisit the I will burn down the house? So
that's why we're back to painting outside. Huh? Safety first.
I'm taking a little bit of white paint and adding it to some gray because there are small touches here on him that are slightly lighter normally. Like a little ball there. I mean, I did take a watercolor class this summer. Of course, watercolors and acrylics are like apples and oranges. They're both fruit, but neither one of them are.
Acrylic paints are fruit? No wonder people keep drinking their paint water.
They're in the same category. They're not fruit. Yes, if you're ever painting, do not.
Can you repeat the question again? Ooh, if money wasn't an issue, what art medium would you work in?
Oh, if money wasn't an issue, I would stick with the Copics I like to use. I really love Copics, and they're already one of the most expensive things. I would try more mediums that I've never tried before, if money was not an issue.
You wouldn't work with like gold and then maybe sweep up the shavings and some on the side?
No. The same reason I wouldn't eat gold.
Because you don't like sparkle poop?
I don't like sparkle poop is a good reason, but no. Sparkle poop is not fun.
I don't know. Have you tried it?
Yes, I have had sparkle poops. I drank that one.
Oh yeah, the stupid
the alcohol with the glitter in it.
At least you remembered it had glitter in it.
Yes, it was not a surprise sparkle poop. That would be worse.
Somebody suddenly go, "Oh no, I've turned into a unicorn.
What will I do?" Grant wishes. I imagine if you got drunk only on sparkling wine, I mean sparkling alcohol, the glitter alcohol, and you manage to actually throw up glitter. That would be horrible. I am very glad. I am not a huge fan of getting really drunk.
I mean, come on, we grew up in the age of Goldschlager.
I mean, that's still a thing. It's not like it went away. We just stopped drinking it. I bet you there are people out there who still really enjoy Goldschlager.
Oh, that's a point. Okay, we grew up in the age when they put, hard candy inside the nice breakable glass bottle.
I think they still do that.
I thought they banned that for a while.
I don't think it's gone, though. I think you can still get the rock candy at the bottom of the cinnamon fireball drink.
I don't think it comes in the bottle, though.
I hope not. That was just stupid. People would drink the entire bottle, get really drunk, and then break the bottle to pick out the rock candy? Alcoholic rock candy, except for you're really drunk. How is this a good idea? So I'm glad. I'd be really glad if that's gone. Someone who drinks, let me know if that's gone. Because I don't think that's a good idea.
I don't see why not.
Because eating glass is bad, and telling the difference between rock candy and glass is hard.
Yeah, but I mean, what else are you supposed to do?
Not eat glass rock candy, that's what.
But that's how you get into that guy that ate that whole plane. I mean, you got to start somewhere.
No, I don't think that's a good idea either.
Eating planes?
Eating planes. Seems like a really bad idea. So you notice there's like a speech bubble there? I probably won't actually get to filling that in. And I also didn't put the words in there on purpose. So if you are coloring along, you can decide what to put there. But my basic idea had been to write like insurance can kiss my shiny metal ...
Oh, you were gonna stay PG. That's so cute.
I was. I mean, it's 1 Eastern, noon Central. I mean, I don't want to like alienate anyone. Plus, most of my stuff is safe for work. It's kind of my gig, safe for work.
I suppose that is true.
You know. So yes, I thought Rob would really much appreciate at this point in time the sentiment behind insurance companies can kiss my shiny metal.
No.
I mean, I can get behind it. Universal healthcare for all. Because, that way no one would have to do a GoFundMe to, like, not die.
But it's our biggest insurer at the moment. I still love that video from College Humor with the CEO of GoFundMe finding out that his platform is being used for healthcare. He's like, no.
Yeah. I mean, it would be really, really nice to, like, just be able to, like, go to a doctor and not go, so, by the way, are you covered? Like, or not have to worry in the hospital if you could afford to be there. Because I know that is one of the things Rob was thinking about during his time was, how am I paying for this? Which, I mean, really stinks. You shouldn't have to think about that. You should think about, like, getting better.
By the way, we're just up onto the halfway mark.
Oh, good. I'm not, like, horribly... I was, like, worried. And normally, I would actually have paper towel here, but apparently I forgot to grab it.
Yeah, paper towel. Right over there.
Oh, yay. Okay,
right
I just didn't see it.
Well, I guess you can't be trusted with tall beverages. I don't know.
It's behind my beverage.
That's what I said.
Yes. But I was gonna say, like, I'm drinking a nice cranberry and airborne cocktail, but it's not actually, it's a kitty cocktail. It's not alcoholic.
Which is so sad. Here's your chance for a good quarantini on stream.
I never... I don't think I've ever drank on stream.
Gasp.
Or on stage.
I wonder if you could have scratched in the lines.
In what way?
So, you could see their outlines through the paint.
I mean, maybe, but you'd probably damage the canvas.
Canvas is a pretty loose term here, I think.
I mean, it's technically canvas.
Is it?
Yeah. It's canvas stretched over board instead of stretched over...
Is there actual canvas involved, or is this, the Naga hide of canvas?
Let's see. It doesn't say. But it feels like canvas. It's, the cheap canvas you buy for kids. Because I didn't want to use expensive canvas to draw on stuff when I don't actually particularly know how to draw. I mean, with acrylic.
Is the goal to use all the brushes?
Totally the goal is to use every single brush I have in this house, so we'll be here for the next 5 hours while I continue to find all the brushes. I might have to unwrap some Christmas presents, but that's okay. They're brushes. We still have time to order more.
You look away from the chat for a minute. People ask questions like, wait, back up. A guy ate a plane?
Yes. There's a Guinness Book of World Records holder. He ate an entire plane over the period of a while. It's a good period, a while. But I don't remember how long it took him.
I don't remember. I just remember he's French.
Yes. And then several other people did things like eating a place, like an entire set of silverware and all the dishes and stuff. It's not a good idea. Don't do it. I don't know how that works out.
It's an odd career choice, that's for sure.
Yes. I don't know the gastrointestinal science behind eating a plane. I know it's like you have to have this medical condition to not die in the first place, so he has some medical anomaly.
So if you could be an artist in any time period, what would it be?
The future.
Not too happy with the present?
Present or the past. I mean, in the past, artists died horribly of mercury poisoning, arsenic, and stuff like that because they made all their own paints. And Mad Hatter is a condition from mercury poisoning. So I'm good without finding out about how cobalt is actually radioactive. And if you drink your paint while working with cobalt, you could die. This is another reason why I don't work with oil paints. I would drink my paint or something. And
yes, it's one of the reasons the paint cup is never the same as any cup in this house.
Yes, my paint cup, it's very adorable. It was given to me by Dixie Lioness's kids at First Squared this year. And I am very happy with it. It stays on my desk all the time, and I use it to not drink paint water. So they help keep me alive.
And if you could do art for any celebrity, who would it be?
John Oliver.
Well, just because of the rat painting?
Because of the rat painting. I mean, I wouldn't draw the rat painting or it'd still be, but he appreciates it.
True, he appreciates it multiple thousands of dollars to charity, which is really what, we ask for in life, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, most of what I do, most of the money I take in from the art ends up going to a charity. I bet you if you compared my income to the amount we give to charity, it's about similar.
I don't know. I don't really count the pieces that you donate to charity auctions and stuff, so I don't keep track.
We don't keep track, no, because tax-wise, it wasn't worth it. It was easier to write off.
I just don't even want to keep track of, it's too hard. Normally, I'm, doing something around the convention when there are charity auctions.
True. Usually, a really nice friend will come to the table and watch it for me so I can go and watch the charity auction because it is one of my favorite things.
Now, in terms of charity auctions, I think Rob's the winner.
Oh, yes. He might not be. I think he's in second place because the guy who does the
because
photoshopping,
the one piece keeps coming back every year.
True, and they add. He's very close to the top. If he isn't the top,
well, he certainly has the best piece because that's been through the charity auction every year at First Squared.
Yes.
For good amounts. So even if some of the other ones might go for higher in one time, they don't come back.
True, there's not a lot of repeat.
Which makes me worried about them sometimes.
Yeah. But, honestly, I've never been subject of one of them, so I don't have to worry. I probably just cursed myself, didn't I?
I feel like you did, but, hopefully the people that do that sort of thing are busy. So what would you want to paint for John Oliver?
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't want to do rats because that's been done. I don't know. I mean, I would take commissions. It would be like whatever he wanted that was safe for work. And not just safe for his work.
You think the void has different standards?
I do. Mm-hmm. I do think yelling into the void has different standards than other things. I do like to keep it so that if for some reason a youngin is by my table, they don't accidentally see something they really shouldn't see.
Youngin. Suddenly getting all southern over there.
Okay, a child under the age of consent.
That's boring.
I mean, not that I keep myself to those standards at home. Wink, wink, nod, nod, nudge, nudge, nod, nod, what all those good things. Closed doors and whatnot.
So, other than him, any celebrities?
Like, what are we defining celebrity as?
I suppose that is the problem.
I really love Weird Al. That would be fun to get to talk to Weird Al to take a commission to do art for him.
I wonder what Weird Al would want for art other than art of himself.
I don't know.
I think most of his album covers have him on it some way. So.
Yeah, but
what animal would Weird Al be? Platypus, you think?
That'd be fun. I bet he'd be a good platypus. Especially since the male platypus is venomous.
And they fluoresce.
Yep. Ooh, that'd be a good use of my glow-in-the-dark paint.
To make a fluorescing Weird Al.
A fluorescing Weird Al. It'd be a lot of fun.
So what are you going to do if you finish him up before the time's up?
I don't know. I highly doubt that's going to be possible.
What if I told you there are only 5 minutes left?
And this is a very not finished piece of...
I don't know. This is less amusing for me than harassing you when you're doing speed paintings.
I mean, it's still a speed painting. Quite literally.
That speed is sloth?
I'm going as fast as I can.
Like I said, that speed is sloth.
Well, I am a sloth, so you know. That is one of my favorite animals, the sloth.
Iggy says that his beard is not safe for work.
Well, yes, it cannot be contained in a mask currently. Ooh, I saw this really cool mask that they're putting out that's supposed to contain enough cloth to hold your beard.
Yes, it had a big beard pocket.
Yep. Which I thought was kind of cool. I mean, I don't have a beard. I work very hard to pluck those hairs.
Wasting an opportunity.
I'm a woman of a certain age. Well, I am a person of a certain age.
I'm just saying, mustaches command respect.
I don't think it's the same.
I don't know if you had a nice little twirly mustache.
I imagine it would itch. I've never wanted a mustache or a beard. I mean, I'm too lazy for most things.
Did you have your morning coffee?
Yes.
That explains something.
The scribbly line here, so I'm trying to put a really fine line on it and not succeeding.
You need to flatten your hair, by the way. You have a wisp in the front that's getting in the camera. There we go. It was right over top of your line, so I'm watching you, and I look up at the camera, and all it is just this strand of hair right in the camera.
I'm sorry. I tried to pull it back.
Yeah. But, your sentient hair in its attempt to, ruin things.
It hasn't killed you this year.
I actually did wake up with it trying to sneak up my nose. So.
I'm sorry. My hair is sentient and tries to kill my husband in its sleep.
I'm sure it has reasons. I'll just have to cut it again.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out if I can wait out the vaccine trials to get a real haircut.
I got the hedge trimmer.
No, you have real. We bought real things to trim hair.
Yes, but those are less fun.
I have haircut trauma. You've seen the pictures.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about the German folktale about thumb sucking.
Oh, the one where the kid doesn't listen and his mom said that someone will come and cut off his thumb if he sucks on his thumb, and then someone comes and cuts off his thumb?
Yeah, with scissors.
Yep.
I feel like that's the sort of haircut trauma that you're going for there. Like, if you're going to say you have haircut trauma, you need, like, a real story behind it. Like,
it's not bad enough that I got a perm at Fantastic Sam's in the 80s.
No, it's also not bad enough that that woman layered your hair into steps.
Oh, the side mullet was so bad.
The side mullet.
So a reminder, we are here today to raise money for Rob's medical expenses. So if you could pop over to the GoFundMe if you have even just like $1 to give, pocket change, whatever you can afford. It is the holidays. We understand budgets and all that kind of things. But if you do have it, please help him out.
If you don't, just spread the word.
Yeah. Retweet it. There's several more hours of events today that people can come watch and, enjoy, even if you can't afford it. These things aren't just for people who can afford it. Otherwise, they'd be one of those expensive plate charity dinners for lobbyists or something.
What's the point of a dinner with a $10,000, plate thing if you can't take home the plate? They're such weirdos.
And the food can't possibly be that good.
I don't know. There's that place across from MFF that supposedly had the gold.
Yeah, but it doesn't add any flavor or taste. Maybe some texture. And then you just pass it.
I think it was just entirely so people could, Instagram it. I almost felt like we should get a bunch of people together just to order it and take pictures in front of it. I don't think any of us want to eat it.
No. And also, you have to order it like 3 days in advance or something stupid like that. You can't just...
Well, yeah, they have to go out and get the gold to sprinkle over the table and in the food.
Waste.
Yeah.
I'd probably be allergic to it.
It's gold. It should be biocompatible.
Should be. You can be allergic to anything. You can be allergic to water. I'm not, thankfully.
No, you just,
don't like drinking it.
You and Kage.
And Pandez. Pandez also doesn't like drinking water.
Well, yeah, but I was thinking Kage's, version of why he doesn't is the same one you tend to go with.
Well, no, I mean, it's not that I don't actually believe that one. I just don't like the way it tastes. I just like using it because I find it amusing. Like, when you tell people that you don't like the flavor of water, they look at you really weird. Water has a flavor.
Oh no, what movie was it where they were doing the water has memory?
Oh dear God. No, that was Frozen 2.
Oh yes.
I enjoy the Frozen movies. I know I'm in, probably in the minority, but I enjoy them. But when they started talking about how the water remembers, I started screaming inside. Does not remember. Does not have a brain.
Well, I mean, I'd love to see people try and make it do tricks or something. Trying to jump through a hoop.
I mean, she could, so I guess in cartoon world, maybe.
You have 13 minutes left.
Ooh, I'm doing pretty good. I mean, time.
I'm not commenting about anything else. I have to sleep here.
And considering this week was the second time I've cracked open the paints.
Very sad.
I did 3 pieces this week, though, to try to, catch up.
Well, what are you going to do with the one brush that's left?
I don't need that brush, I don't think. I already used that brush. It's just sitting over to the left. It's been used.
Used and discarded. So sad.
It put on the yellow.
So you did use every brush you had?
No, I had every brush I had out, which was just good planning.
Having spares would be poor planning? Is that what you're telling me?
I mean, they clutter up my space, maybe. I mean, if it's possible to make it more cluttered than it actually is, which is pretty darn cluttered right now. I got like 4 projects sitting on this counter space.
Less counting, more painting. Oh, it's a good thing that you don't have the camera up for your face.
What, you think it looks poor when I blow raspberries at you? The sign of affection. Shows you how much I love you.
I unfortunately don't have real raspberries. That'd be messy.
No, and as one of the YouTubers I like to watch has proven, painting with food is really just not that. Like, you have to add them into mediums and stuff. You can't just paint with a raspberry. It'll leave a mark. It may not necessarily be one you want to see.
I think you could probably paint with it if you were going to let it mold.
Ew. No.
Well, no, there was that Petri dish art they did.
Yeah, but gross. Like, I can appreciate that in theory, but not in my house. I would never discover penicillin.
But, come on. You have to, try new mediums, right?
I will let other people discover the mediums, and then I will use them.
So you're going to work on discovering the extra larges?
What do you mean extra larges?
Well, I think MLW has the small market all, taken up. So.
I love her work. She's good. We have lots of her stuff. We have wall of MLW over there.
The best part is you couldn't see that she's in the chat.
Nope, I have absolutely no idea who's where.
Aha.
Truthful opinions. Although honestly, I'm really just not into lying, so you get truthful opinions no matter what. If they're really polite, they may not be 100%, but...
Are you straightening up your line work?
I'm filling in the yellow spots coming through the gray, yes. Mm-hmm. And then I've just got a little... I got out some silver here, so I can, I don't know if I should... No, I shouldn't. I will ruin that.
9 minutes to go. What were you thinking of doing with silver?
Adding some highlights.
I don't think so.
Yeah, exactly.
Not in that amount of time. You maybe could paint the text box.
Well, that's what I'm just going to add. I should add a different color for the text box. I don't think I'm going to add the text, but...
Yeah, but you can do it in the white.
Yep.
Why is our power being so weird?
I was thinking because it's sleeting outside. I told you it's being...
It only goes out normally on, perfectly beautiful days.
The AT-AT's head is full of water. That's why it doesn't want to stand up right now. I had to squeeze the water out of the AT-AT's head outside.
I think we'll just leave that statement just so people can wonder what on earth you're talking about. Don't tell them. Just let them wonder about squeezing the water out of an AT-AT's head. No. Mm-mm.
Also, the unicorn's hair was full of water, and I had to squeeze it out of that, too.
Damn unicorns.
Yep. So yes, a nice reminder as we're coming towards the close to make sure to spread the word that the GoFundMe. If you can't afford to donate, just put out the word so maybe someone else who didn't know that Rob wasn't doing great might come and help out, because we all need help from time to time. And it's nice when friends and loved ones can be there for you to help you out. It's too small a brush. Go back to the yellow brush as I get yellow paint all over my hand. What?
I was thinking it's not quite, the Bob Ross smack the heck out of the brush against the canvas thing, but, I guess it works.
It's also not turpentine. Also, I think you'd get really mad at me if I got turpentine and paint all over this room.
Your office.
I think you'd still get mad at me.
I think you get mad about cleaning it up, but,
Exactly. You'd make me clean it up.
Well, yes, eventually.
I wonder if Bob Ross ever actually cleaned up his studio.
I wonder if that's where it's good to have staff, like on the cooking shows. We've used 35 pots and pans today.
Yeah.
I guess we're done.
Because we don't have any more pots and pans.
I'm going to sit down and enjoy this great food I just made. I just see his staff just sitting there, washing knives, looking at him. Yeah, good food, huh?
Remember those 5 other additions you made so you could show the steps along the way? You better finish those up and feed us, too.
Do you want it after it's been sitting out long enough for cameras? I don't know.
I don't know. Actually, half the time those are actually Play-Doh, so...
Play-Doh.
I mean, at least it's not toxic.
5 minutes left. Can you finish an eighth of the box? Dun, dun, dun.
I hope so.
Otherwise, I would have had to get you the spray paint versions of this.
I've never used spray paint. I'm kind of afraid. That would definitely be an outside thing.
Woohoo! New Year's stream?
No! Hey, I am 100% sure that spray paints act differently when they're frozen.
What, you have to sing at them? Or do you have to wear an Elsa dress?
Probably have to get a teenage person to dance around and sing. Bring on the I don't know. Elsa's not very old. I'm too old to be Elsa. I can be the evil stepmother.
You haven't done an evil stepmother yet, I don't think. I suppose it's probably for Frozen 3.
No, both their parents died. They can't have a stepmother. Disney kills off families more than anything else.
There's no story if you don't kill the parents.
Oh, no, Rapunzel.
Okay, steal them.
Both of their parents, her parents were still alive. She was just stolen from them. What about the Swiss Family Robinson? Were they alive with their parents, or did they die in the shipwreck?
I didn't make it through Ursula's rereading of that.
I don't think I ever read it. I think I watched the show.
I may have watched some of the show, but I don't think so. Not that much. I tried to get through Ursula's rereading of it, because...
She's funny?
Well, I mean, it's not that interesting to me, but, yeah. Never made it.
And that says something, because Ursula's hilarious. We're talking about Ursula Vernon. She writes books. They're very good. And she has a funny Twitter feed.
Well, less than 3 minutes. Still see some black of that outline.
I swear I'm going to throw something.
As long as I get to pick the direction, I'm fine with that.
Oh, I thought you missed the implied at you.
Oh, I got the implied at me, but you didn't specify, so I get to pick, right?
Nope. That was also not specified. Why am I blowing at the paint tray? Maybe blowing at the art.
All right, it is time for you to wrap it up.
Okay.
Because you have less than 2 minutes. Dun, dun, dun.
Ta-da. So, if you've gotten to this point here, I was hoping to add on an outline. I may still do that here. But you can, enjoy the fact that you actually finished Bender. And you can choose what to put in the text box if you desire. I still like the idea of Insurance Can Kiss My Shiny Metal. And just stop in there, because we all know how it finishes. I don't need to say it.
And the sketch you did is up on your website.
Yes. So if you choose to do one while watching this, you can still download it. I don't know if we've recorded it and it'll be available later. Have we?
No.
No, we didn't record it. So unless First Squared recorded it, it probably won't be available later. I'm sure they will say later whether they have it or not. But I have enjoyed painting with acrylics, even though I just got my text box really sloppy there. And I hope you've enjoyed it. And that we will smash that goal for Rob's GoFundMe.
Yep. And it is time for you to go, so we can flip over to a video where they can see Rob in action.
Thank you very much. This has been Quack Quack Honk signing off, and enjoy the next panel.
Rob, would you step forward and tell everyone you're recording?
You were all my minions. And he thought I didn't see him in that cardboard box. Remember, son, pull the cord before he hit the ground.
Let's go.
I stuck my bubble gum on his fursuit. But he was so good at yoga, and even though he only had one leg, he was able to balance for such a very, very, very long time.
So, since it's been established you're gonna die, what's your will?
Oh boy. Remember when, oh god, that's when the aliens came by and we had, crutch bosom attack us? Oh boy.
What's going on
But
the far left side of this picture?
the far left side, we're trying to ignore the far left side.
Come on in.
Hello.
Hi.
Hold on a second, I'm concentrating. You're good.
Okay. Thought you were doing the Vulcan high five. Oh my goodness! Oh, come in and chips and dip. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm good. Pretty good. Very good.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're good. Kinda good.
How's he?
But getting a blank right now. I don't want to turn the page.
And begin.
So we trained the staff, we bought the supplies, we got awesome costumes, but all we need for this haunted house is a name. How about KK Bang Bang?
New line.
How about Squirrely Furly?
New line.
How about let's just all fuck?
That was a long day. I mean,
Oh man, good times. Okay, I'm not getting any sound. Okay. It's cool. Thank you very much. Whew. All right. Welcome to this very impromptu session of Otherworldly Stories. We are joined today. I'm Steel the Warrior. Run tabletop gaming for First Squared and the game last year. We have to my right, which would be this way, we have Gazzy, a lovely friend who ran Con Suite, does plenty of awesome LARPing. I can't wait to hear his stories. And of course, the, I guess we'll call him infamous, Dusty, all sorts of foxy fun coming from previous Nero LARP times. I spent quite a few wonderful weekends causing all sorts of Nero, Wisconsin shenanigans with him. So, yes, we're going to, I guess I'll open up with a story first. We've got quite a bit to share today. We'll see how much we get to. I tend to over-prepare. So we'll start off with, I love Nier. I've been playing for about 15 years now. It's one of the more, I guess we'll say, lower contact games. It's mostly buffer contact. But certain friends we tend to physically roleplay a bit more than we likely should because we're okay with that sort of thing. But I love Nero. I love playing so much. And although when I first started, when I was just an early teenager, I got into a bit of trouble and I caused a bit of mischief, and people like to remind me of that quite frequently. I had a lot of fun, but 15 years ago was a different time when it came to furries, so people kind of like to people like to poke fun at furries quite a bit. And so that was an interesting dual mix to deal with at the time. But anyway, aside from being that weird furry guy at Nero, they would also tend to poke fun at me for not like super mega min-maxing my healing build. I played a healer back then, a scholar, which is the mostly magical focused spell casting class. And right at character creation, I picked up the ability to utilize a sword, which is very expensive for a scholar build. And I got a lot of flack for that originally, because they're all like, well, now you can't do as many healing spells. And I'm like, I like being able to like defend myself from something that gets too close. I know it's a strange concept, but much later in my character's life, I also spent a lot of time to learn how to use a shield, and I got no end of crap from people. But anyway, that being said, I never for a moment had any second thoughts about my character build's decisions, and I might have a couple less spells than other people. I like not dying, so one thing I do, I gotta say, that may be a little more construed towards being a quote-unquote bad healer is that sometimes I panic. Like when there's
Who doesn't panic? Let's call for what it is.
Right, yeah. It's like sometimes something bad happens and like some big mega monster shows up and we know that it's undead or something, and I just kind of like I get terrified. And Nero's one of these really sweet systems where healing magics does like damage to undead or sometimes like double damage to undead. And so like sometimes when we're in battle and I see that my guild mates are getting beat down by some big undead monster and they're falling down faster than I can pick them up, normally I can chuck a couple of spells and kill whatever's going on. But sometimes, like this one particular instance, there's this giant tree run by this Nero buddy of ours known as Puddles. That's a nickname he earned after a kobold character he made. You could put two and two together and figure out where the nickname came from. But anyway, we're fighting this giant tree undeady thing, and we're just having all sorts of fun. We're getting rocked. To just getting slapped around left and right, and it's terrifying because I'm like, oh my gosh, we're all gonna die. And we're gonna die, and I'm panicking because everyone's falling over, and so I just blow everything I have, which is at some point it's just like 70 70 70 40 40 40 30 30 30 20 20 10 10 10 10, and like after the however long it took for me to actually cast all those, the head of the guy who was the head of plot at time, who's playing this giant dark face painted tree, all this craziness, it just like drops his weapons and he stares at me like dumbfounded, like what the heck just happened? This healer, he just assaulted me with spell packets. And he just looks at me and he's like, what the heck? You killed me at like the second 30. Where did all of that come from? And I just kind of looked and gave this sheepish shrug. I'm like, I don't know. I just don't like undead, ? Shrug. So, of course, for the rest of that year, the guy who played that character, who played that undead tree monster, he was the head of plot, so he got to play many, many NPCs over the course of the year. And every single time that he runs into me during that year, he would always come up with some excuse to be like, hey, you look like the kind of guy that really knows how to blow up trees, don't ya? And of course, me playing the nature-loving healer would always go, hey, I only blow up undead trees, okay? Cut me some slack.
Only undead trees.
Only undead trees.
Leave my forest alone. Hello, everyone. I just joined. I didn't get to hear introductions. Steele, would you introduce everyone?
All right, I'll introduce everybody again. First off, we have, everything's changed. Sweet.
That's my favorite I got you. Come on. I got you.
All right.
Time for a new
So
cup.
we have me in the top left corner. I'm Steel the Warrior. I run tabletop gaming in the con game for First Squared. We have two... That way.
What did you play? What game did you play specifically, and what character did you play?
For Nero?
Sure. That's what we're talking about.
Okay. So for all of my stories today, all of my stories are going to be Nero stories. I played myself, Steel the Warrior. This is actually the mask I used for some of the later years of LARPing. I played Steel the Warrior. I am a Earth Scholar, which means I am the more spellcastery, less fighty based healer class. To my left, we have Gazzy.
All right, Gazzy, go. Speak.
Love the circlet, Gazzy.
Oh, thank you. I don't play Nero. I play Belagarth, which is basically LARP, but no magic, just beating each other senselessly. Which is amazing. It's a great stress
It's the
relief.
concussion game. Nothing wrong with the concussion game, man.
No, SCA is a concussion game. This is the Thumpa game.
SCA is just plain death. SCA, we used real arrows?
What does SCA stand for?
The Society of Creative Acronism.
Wait, Society of Creative Anachronism. So, like, what's the most out-of-place anachronistic thing that goes on in there?
They wear carpets as armor because they need carpets as armor. They just hit each other with sticks wrapped in duct tape, dude.
Actually, duct tape's a luxury. A lot of it's just wooden rattan weaponry.
Oh, they made me cover it up because I was using those spindle holders from the library at St. Lawrence, and they started splintering. So it just became death, and they were like, step too far, maybe?
All right, then. I'm Dusty Red. I've been playing a variety of LARPs from the gateway drug known as Vampire the Masquerade, where you 1, 2, 3, and all sorts of stuff. Going on to stuff like to Nero International, which was my big for a number of years. I did fall into the Alliance, which is kind of a splinter from Nero, but that's a whole different story. And then the newfound passion that should be opened up once we get non-political and start talking of people could be together again, Convergence LARP, which is currently based out of South Michigan. And I play a Foxen Rogue, which, I mean, come on. Who didn't love Robin Hood?
Fair point.
Here.
Robin.
My name's Alkali. I used to play Nero. I've done a ton of LARPing in my time, but more importantly, the gentleman over here is the one who introduced me to Nero. So thank you to Dustin for showing me. No, wait, it's the other way around.
No, it's the other way around.
What did you introduce me to? Furry.
You got me into LARPing.
I just woke up and I haven't had my coffee.
Okay, there we go.
Rather than that, I've been playing Nero for, actually probably close to 20 years at this point, and I've done a very large handful of other LARPs, all a good time. Great to get away for a weekend and be somebody who you truly are if you were in magical medieval times.
You play a chaotic evil necromancer.
Case in point.
Neutral evil.
I'd go neutral. Well, thank you, Dustin. Thank you.
True. You do like an orderly kitchen.
Very much so.
I don't know. I think I'd probably play some closer to chaotic silly.
That was more Keldrock. Keldrock was chaotic city.
That was definitely. I have a story about him.
No.
Give a quick example of Keldrock's speaking style so people have context for this story.
Oh, God.
The Keldrock speaking style is very simple. It is a combination of Strong Bad and Jimmy Durante, and I would do that for as long as I could, but then I would get tired. And the voice would go into something like this, and then I would talk really fast, and no one would pay attention to me because they're smart.
You realize your point of references really dates you.
Like
Strong Bad is kind of touching some of your that, but Jimmy Durante, like, come on, boyo.
You leave my examples alone.
So so Gazzy, you said you did a lot of Belgarth, like what? Or I'm trying to get Belgarth. Yeah, what's something crazy that you might have witnessed or might have seen that kind of threw you into like, holy crap, this is happening?
Oh shit. Okay. So it was about 2 years ago. It was during a particularly hot event, and I'm sort of sitting on the sidelines. I'm just kind of sitting there. I'm talking with some friends, and then all of a sudden, I see on the field just darting across this guy in a bulldog mascot costume. It's not a fursuit. It's clearly a college mascot costume. And I'm just sitting there, and I'm like, aye. And the guy who I'm talking with, he just kind of stops. He looks at the mascot, and he looks at me, and he's like, "What the fuck did you do?" Like, this was my doing. And I'm like, I don't know. Is it the heat? Am I going crazy? I mean, it's like, no, you got to go out there. You got to fight this thing now. I'm like, wait, what do you mean fight? He's like, go out there, get your weapon, and beat him up. So I grab my weapon, and he's running around. He's like, and I smacked him about 10 times in the kidneys.
Why
Interesting choice of
particularly the kidneys?
Because that's the best place to get a hit. You know, with these weapons, it's a very, very meaty. And so it was very satisfying hearing that impacting. And I think it sent the message across that you shouldn't be on the fighting field in a giant mascot costume.
I'm sure it did. What about Dustin and Steele? You guys have to have like pseudo origin stories. What's one of your first encounters of LARPing? Because first encounters are always the best. Before you have the power, before you kind of know the game, you're getting to know the people. Those are those weird stories that really make the events. Who's got a good one?
All right. Well, I think one of my first Nero events I ever participated at, Nero Chicago, was likely one of my most memorable because after hearing so many stories from you, Alkali, and a bunch of other people, how insanely difficult and terrifying Nero Chicago was, I was ready to just hold on to your armor and never let you go for the remainder of the first night. And we go off on our first module, our first mission, and we go out and we do some stuff, and we come back, and on the way back from the module, from the camp that we're at, is really like a half a mile at most, but in LARP and gaming terms, that could be a year's worth of journey when it comes to certain timings. Because if at one point you get jumped by something huge that just like beats the crap out of you, and you're all like, oh no, run, go, and I'm like, oh my god, we're all gonna die, this is the worst thing ever, like an hour into game, and my guild leader is bleeding out on the ground, and so I run back into town, which is only a couple 100 feet away at this point, but I'm running, and I'm like, oh my gosh, something got Keldrock. I don't know what it is. I couldn't see what it is. I don't know what's going on. And everyone in town's all like, oh no, where is he? And me, like, this super huge on no meta and like immersive role playing and staying in character, I was so panicked and so terrified of what was going on and what had just happened that I was just all like, oh, he's back somewhere over there at NPC camp. And everyone around me was just all like, what the heck is NPC camp? And I'm like, I ruined it already. and like not even an hour in, and I screwed it. And one guy, this genius guy, I don't remember who it was.
I promise you.
One guy stepped in at the last second, and like a total bro, he's all like, "Oh, he means the non-participatory encampment for all the people who don't deal with adventures." And I'm all like, "Yeah, what he said."
That is an excellent backronym. I love it.
You got to get good at them. You got to get good at them.
I fell into the trap of what we refer to as the FERP, but it's very close if everybody knows what the FNG is in any job that you might have worked. The effing new guy. So there seems to be a thing where everybody's first time LARPing they have a tendency of playing like an elf or a human or something very simple because you're trying to learn your game. I know you got more of the Gazzy's got more of the less fantasy going on, so it's human hitting human. Stop the crime on humans.
There's plenty of fantasy, I assure you.
Oh, there's okay, good. So I decided to play an elf for my first run through, and I'm just like, okay, whatever. I didn't have a rule book, and again, this is what 2000, like literally the year 2000, and we didn't quite know what we didn't have the internet like we do now, so we didn't have the rule books easily accessible. Now it's just a PDF everywhere you go. So I decided to play my first game as an elf. Saw a group of what would be considered cat people. My God, they're called Sar, but they're a race of cat folk. And I was like, they make animal peoples? I want to play an animal people. So I made a fox. But as Steele mentioned earlier, there was still a weird feeling towards furries, a weird like vibe towards anybody that played like animal type characters, funny animal characters, so to speak. And so I was like, you know what, F it, I'm gonna play a fox. I've always liked foxes. This is what I'm doing. Got my makeup, got everything else, and so I'm rolling into the camp, first time playing a fox, new character, new rogue, who dis, and trying to figure out how I'm going to feel comfortable kind of being this character and going outside of my comfort zone to play this new game, with these new people, these new friends, as a character that, again, at the time, furries were very poo-pooed upon. Not the edgy kind of, haha, we're going to be trash talkers, but back then, outcasts. One of the things that cemented it for me was at Nero Chicago as well, oddly enough, back at what we refer to lovingly as Lake Danbeard, which was one of those campsites that just got very dewy in the mornings. So it could be 100 degrees outside in the middle of July, but at 4 a.m., that big wide field was like an inch deep of water. It was just soaked. And I'm standing outside the parking lot, kind of getting ambushed. One of the head of plot people, one of the main storytellers, sees me alone, and he's playing an orc, like an aggressive bad guy orc, not the, I'm funny and I'm your friend, I'm going to make poopy, talk like strong bad jokes. And the plot guy knew I was new, so he's doing his thing as a plot person, as somebody who's trying to foster a community of new players to kind of play with me and go, hey guy, you better run. I'm gonna kill you if you don't run. And I see where I am standing on the precipice between a wet, slick, grassy field and the gravel for a road. So I'm just standing there, and the orc looks at me, and he's like, all right, guy, I'm going to get you. And he starts running towards me, and I just stay there. Very Warner Brothers Bugs Bunny character moment where I just stand there, filing my nails, kind of waiting for him to cross like the 50-yard run to get to me. So as he's picking up speed, at this point, he was a larger guy, so he had enough momentum that he was going forward in no other direction. And as he got about close to me, I took a step left and then bolted right onto the gravel path, which he continued to follow my step right, slid into the grass, and went skidding, no joke, 15, 20 feet, face first into the grass, and just disappeared from view as I skipped off down the path. The thing that still strikes me to this day, though, is he looked up, and it was definitely an in-game, out-of-game moment that he looked at me and was like, I know why you're a fox now. And that was one of my first intros to LARPing, of being able to use cleverness and the environment around me for a potential combat situation, rather than just standing there and getting into a stick fight and going. So that is one of the key in Alkali. You will probably remember the name Joe West. So that was one of my first.
Joe!
That was one of the things that hit me hard and said, this is why I play this character, because I'm able to rely on cunningness and those traits that we associate foxes with. Not all those traits we associate foxes with, and still be able to and still be able to play this game and be in this environment. So that was my big standout.
See, that's wonderful. We're actually going to go to his starting story in a second because I was there for his, and I'm going to comment on it, you
I can't wait to
jackass.
do this.
But before we do that, 2 quick shout-outs. Number 1, to our people in the background hosting this, to Skylar and his entire team. Thank you for throwing up all of those prompts at the bottom. The layout is amazing. I am insanely impressed with what you guys have accomplished here. And if you could, using all of your magic power, would you put up that link again, reminding everyone that today we are doing this to support our good friend and member of the Dealer's Den for years at First Squared, Rob Hogan. Rob is a person who has created multiple not only memes, but traditions at the First Squared convention. The convention would not be the same without him. He is the one who painted the original meme painting that comes back every year to our charity auction. He has raised thousands of dollars for charity. And ladies and gentlemen, both and neither, he needs our help. If you can give, give. And if you can't, don't worry about it. Not only are we furries, we are First Squared. We've got this. Woo! So,
here.
Without further ado, Dragor, I took you to Nero once, and he broke the tradition, Dustin. He did not play a non-makeup race his first time. He went in with full spray-painted, professionally done snake makeup.
Yeah, I was
Dragor's
a
a
snake.
masochist, though, so we know this.
Well, okay. I demanded it up front because I'm like, look, you don't have to bald cap me. I'll fresh shave. Let's do this.
Yep.
And then while I'm sitting there realizing how long it actually takes to do it, I'm like, this will be worth it. This will be worth it. And then I saw the end result, and it totally was worth it.
It was very worth it.
So we were playing a trio of snake people. This was my first time ever. And I decided my character was going to essentially be a snake version of the dude, except I was a caster. So I baked in that he was basically a drug burnout and one time woke up with a case of the magic.
Basically.
And I am playing it as that, and I did that on purpose. So because me as the player got terms wrong all the time, I got to excuse it in character and go, sorry, this is all new to me. I woke up with the finger wiggles only 3 months ago.
It was very new to you.
It was very new to me.
Very new. Want to explain how new?
So I am with Alkali and Nick Denny. The
Darius.
Did a high five from Nick Denny.
Darius. It hurts so much.
But it makes a good sound.
It does.
It's worth the sound. So we're on the big mod of the night. It's the entire town mod. Despite it being cold, we are lucky that it is clear sky and a full moon. It is 1 a.m. and pure twilight you can see. It is one of the most magical things I have ever seen. And so we're out there, and roundabout the effect that happens is one of the GMs or enemies calls out this activation phrase, and I didn't know what any of this was, but I see Alkali and Nick Denny look at each other, and you couldn't hear it first. So you're going back and forth. Did he just say? And then he says it again. They both fall silent. I see Nick grab a hand on his sword. Alkali starts laughing and then says, "Oh, fudge."
Oh, fudge.
And then they immediately start sparring. It was like a sleeper agent activation phrase.
What had happened was the NPC got off a perfectly aimed berserk directly at me, and I dodged, and Nick couldn't see it, so it hit Nick. Now, bear in mind,
You're
at the
a
time,
bad fighter.
Nick was one of the best sparring partners in Nero. At the time, he was incredible. Definitely way over my skill level. He is going to kill me. But I had a friend, and I knew the spell, so I started yelling at my snake friend, "Awaken! Tell him to awaken! Cast awaken! Please awaken!" And you yelled, "What?"
Awaken!
And just said the word and did nothing.
No, I said awaken, and I threw the thing. I did throw the thing.
I didn't even see.
Nick starts laughing because you have to get the invocation right. You have to say, I command you to awaken as you throw it.
Yep.
So I get that wrong, and then Alkali is stumbling and falling while Nick is beating the crap, going, the invocation is I command you to awaken! The invocation is I command you to awaken!
It was one of my all-time favorite openings.
So there's that. As Nick's coming for me, you basically, because you both are high-powered, you evaporated everything from him.
Yes.
So right before he's going to hit me with the sword, the last bit of advice pops into my head, and I go, I command you to sleep, and I hit him, and he drops. So now we got separated from the rest of the group, so I'm looking there, and then Alkali whispers, go catch someone. So I run and I go meet up with the group, and I immediately am back into in-character mode, trying to Stoned Snake explain what's going on. So like, whoa. Where's your, I forget your character's name.
Slivik.
Slivik? Where's Slivik? I forget Nick's character's name. Like, they skirmished over there. I'm like, could you speak faster, please? I'm like, no.
I loved that you didn't know what information to pass along to them, because you did tell them we skirmished. They didn't quite get it. They kind of got like, oh, we can't listen to him. So they ran over, found Nick asleep and me dead. So what do? You split off your healers. One of them went to me, and as they were incanting the healing spell, the person got to Nick first. I command you to awaken. I pop up at the same time. He's berserked! He killed 4 people because you can't awaken a berserked person. Oh my God, it was good times. I love your first event.
I look forward to trying out. That was my one and only time of doing a LARP, and I would like to try again.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Since LARP are so fun, the group, let's talk about a time you succeeded. However, I'm going to put a caveat on it. You are not allowed to tell us about the time you succeeded because of your high-powered abilities or high-powered characters. What is the time at LARP where you realize that you are more athletic, that you realize that this is something you can do? You really physically felt that you as a person succeeded. I think Yazzy's got one. Are you
I got a
raising
good
your
one.
hand? Do it.
Do it.
Oh, I got a good one. That's good. Okay. So it's I think it's either last year at the last fall seasonal event, and basically everyone is ushered into this very large pavilion banquet tent that we used for feast hall, and there's an indoor fighting tournament going on, and I'm standing in line. I'm waiting with about 50 or other people just kind of standing there waiting to get into this very small ring where, there's one-on-one sparring going on, and I'm very hungry at this moment. I'm like, if I don't eat something, I'm not going to be able to do well. And there's this tray on a picnic table to my left that has leftover salad from the evening before its feast. And I'm looking around, I'm like, am I going to have to eat cold salad with my hands to satisfy my hunger? And so I'm looking, and I remember I have a mug strapped to my side. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to workplace this. So I grab my mug, scoop up the salad from the tray, squirt the dressing into the cup, and then I'm shaking this thing. And now all of a sudden people are thinking I'm drinking when in actuality I'm just garfing down this mug full of salad. No sooner do I get halfway with my salad than I get shoved into this fighting pit. They're like, go, Bower, go, kill him. And I'm like, wait, whoa, I have this sword in this hand, and then I have my mug salad in the other hand. I don't have time to explain to anybody that there's an effing salad in my mug. So
does ranch
I'm
go down
circling around
the same way it comes
guy.
back up?
I'm like, oh, and I just stab him right in the heart. And he just goes down, and then I'm just kind of standing there. I'm like, what do I do now? It's like, oh, well, it's the bear pit. You have to fight until you die. So now I'm facing down about 5 other guys in a very rainy, very muddy straw pit with a half-eaten salad in one hand and a sword. and it takes about 3 guys to take me out. At which point I get out of the ring, and the ref kind of looks into my mug, and he's like, "Were you eating this entire time?" And I'm like, "I gotta stay strong somehow."
I gotta tell you,
and
the
that's how I
side that I'd
learned
be
that
more
I'm
worried
some
about
sort
is
of
your
like.
opponent now thinks they were killed by a vegetarian. Just so you know, you really humiliated them.
I pop-eyed all of them.
So, Steel, what do you
Dusty
got?
and
I'm curious.
Steel.
No, Steel
Who's
first.
got your
I'm very
amazing
curious.
moment?
All right, so this is actually one of the Nero stories I tell most when I talk to other people. This is one of my proudest moments. Is again back in Nero Chicago, way back in the day when I was still a lobby, and I was running with Alkali as Keldrock, and it was one of those weekends where it was very clear that the plot team had absolutely no idea what they were going to run until dinner the day before, because the campsite is quite a bit of ways out of the way. So everybody at the plot team probably met up to get dinner at a place called Long John Silver's. And they had no idea what they were doing, and until they were all just kind of like looking around, helplessly trying to decide what to do, and then all at the same time, their eyes met at those little foldable paper hats that you can do, like at Burger King. That was the pirate hat that said Long John Silver's at the top, and they all looked at each other, and their eyes twinkled, and they went, "We know what we're doing this weekend." And that was the weekend that we got to fight against the ghost pirate squad of Long John Silver himself. And boy, oh boy, the weekend itself was really fun. The plot team was amazingly creative with how they got to simulate pirate and ship battles and stuff. But my favorite part, my crowning achievement, was on Saturday night, the Big Town mod. We were in this giant big old barn. Apparently it's like really, really old. It's like a historical monument, historical artifact. And maybe if we have enough time, I might tell a story of a different historical artifact when it comes to Nero. But I digress. We're doing this. There's this hallway that's maybe 12 feet across, and there's like 30 plus people crammed into it, all fighting, several rows of fighters and then archers and then spellcasters behind, and we're fighting them, and we all realize that on the other side of the NPCs, where they're all squaring off against us, there's another room, but the door has like a shower curtain in it, so we can't see what's in the other room. And of course, Alkali, being the absolute nutball that he is, especially as Keldrock, has decided we're going to go in there because there's probably something important. So we're going to push our way in to go murder whatever's going on back there that likely could be the source of all of this undeadness. So he and his second-in-command Javelin push forward, and they're pushing through the crowd of PCs who are like, "What are you doing? Are you nuts? What's going on?" And they just kind of go forward and they push through, and they're being hit at from all sides as they push in to go in through the door. And then they disappear behind the curtain, and I'm just like, oh boy. Well, I guess I'm going to see them in the circle later. I'm going to have to resurrect them myself. Well, that was good to know. And then for 2 minutes, I don't know what's going on because there's so much fighting going around me. I can't hear anything specific coming from all the way down the hall. And eventually, after I get pulled over to take care of some people that got beat up real hard and got pulled to the back, I look back up again, and all of a sudden I just see that there's this 5-inch gap between the bottom of the curtain and the floor. And all I see is a single boot sticking out from the room. And I'm like, I recognize that boot. I think that's Keldrock's boot. So I'm like, I have 2 healing spells left, and I'm going to need 1 for an emergency case. So this is the last thing I've got for the night. So I see that there's 30 people ahead of me. There's swords swinging everywhere, bows, packets going forward, packets coming back, and I'm just all like, well, I guess I'm going to shout this as loud as possible. And I'm like, Cure Light Wounds 5, and I throw it, and it soars like 30, 40, 50 feet. And I just see it just daintily, boop, right off the back of the boot. And just to make sure they know what's going on, I yell at the top of my lungs, Cure Light Wounds 5! And all I see over the course of the next minute is that boot slowly but surely pulling its way back under the curtain. And then there's some more skirmishing going on, and 2 seconds later, all I see coming out from underneath the curtain is just and I'm like, all right, I guess they got it.
You have no idea how much I was smiling when I heard you scream after feeling that hit to my boot. I'm like, what could that have been? Oh, thank you, Steele. Oh, thank you. Dustin, your amazing moment. As an athletic person, I'm sure you've got some good ones.
I mean, I could tell about the time I nearly puked. I could tell about the time I slept in a tree. I could talk about the time I climbed through windows to murder somebody. Probably one of my favorite moments, though, is the thing about LARP. And I need to preface this because people kind of lose their idea of it's a bunch of nerds in the woods. You've seen the movie Role Models, where it's just kind of hidden and no imagination to it. And every game has its own imagination. Everybody wants to tell a story. Everybody wants to do something that makes it worthwhile and really pull you away from the world. And while all of this chaos and everything else that could stipulate a moment of I was able to excel. And by the way, this is absolutely a negative in terms of stealing, talking about yourself, because I don't like talking about myself in this regard. This is a moment where, as you said, that says, where did I use physical ability? This was probably one of the modules, one of the adventures that was just between myself and, oddly enough, Dusty White, where we needed to break into a library. So the concept was definitely, from the get-go, shh, no noise. And the plot person at this, and I want to give him proper credit, this was Nick Wilson from Nero Kalamazoo. So Kalamazoo, Michigan runs a Nero chapter there. And Nick is a longtime storyteller, and he's very good at minutia. More importantly, though, he's good at taking what he has and making it work. That being, we're doing a stealth mission of breaking into a museum, but we're also at a Boy Scout camp in the middle of the woods, so how do you make this happen? So what he ended up doing was sitting down cross-leg style in the middle of this gravel path, blindfolded. And he set the parameters of, I was probably 50 to 100 yards, I'm not 100% sure. It was a good distance. And he put a little baggie of sand on top of a post past him. And he said, staying on the path, you need to sneak past me to then grab the bag and then sneak back to your starting point. And that will be your physical representation, your phys rep, of you sneaking through the museum or through the library without disturbing any guards or raising an alarm. And there's also a thing that LARPers know, and Alkali and Gazzy and Steele, you'll probably really keen in on this specifically, of commit to the bit. So I need to sneak in. We're in a campsite in Michigan in early March, maybe. And so it's snowy, it's cold, it's nasty. And I start kicking off shoes and socks and everything else. Because if you're going to sneak, you need to go barefoot. There's no point for clumpy winter boots to make noise. So it begins of go sneak past them, kick off my boots and do it. And the plot person did not realize that I was going to commit to this bit to the point of taking off my shoes in the snow to get past them. It wasn't until I've already grabbed the baggie and got past him on the return trip that he, with the stipulation of every time that there's a noise, he would kind of look with a flashlight in the direction of that noise. he wouldn't look around. He would just be like, I heard a noise. It was in this direction. Lift the flashlight. And if he saw something, you were busted. But if he didn't see you, then he'd close his eyes and lower his head back down. So it's very Solid Snake in a way. So it got to the point where by the time I got near the finish line, he had realized it had been 15 minutes since he heard any kind of noise. He better just start panic looking. And it turned into a electric light or an ELO concert with this flashlight just shining into the sky with panic of where is he? Where did he go? And at that point, clear with a baggie of sand. And that was one of the highlights in terms of using creativity to use the environment around you, using player resources in terms of being sneaky and like, hey, if you can walk past me and back without me noticing, cool. So props on to Nero Kalamazoo and Nick Wilson for using that idea of being a sneaky fox. That's what we do.
A good rogue module is worth its weight in gold. Always has been. Those are one of the rarest things in Nero, mainly because of the amount of time to set up. Setting up hundreds of mouse traps with tripwires all over a building is a undertaking, but so worth it in the end. So worth it. Which will lead me to one of the coolest things I have ever seen in Nero, and that was the Impossible mod. I miss you too, Dustin. I got to run something called the Impossible mod. Very rarely do you do a mod like this, but we set up what we call a scenario to lose. We took a group of very high-level, very powerful PCs and had them start in town. What they didn't know is that we had them stand there still waiting for the module because one of my guys went behind them to town and asked everyone, hey guys, just so you know, we'll do this for everyone eventually. We want all of you to play bad guys. So the 10 PCs, the 10 good guys, unbeknownst to them, were about to fight 40 live bad guys at the same time, not in a wave, but all with skill and talent, because they had to, all they had to do, get from their current position, go through the, this is the Stonehouse Park, so what the front yard was basically a nice wooded front yard, but there's a lot of obstacles there. Out of the front yard into the field, through the field into the barn. The barn had 2 ways you could go to get to the second floor, go either way, and I was waiting on the second floor, literally doing a deal with another NPC that did not know what we were actually negotiating a item, and then I had to get the item out of town. It was all live. Holds were campsite wide. If we had to stop the game, everyone had to stop, and they had to get the item. These guys went so hardcore evil to get through this encounter, it wasn't even... They're desecrating themselves to get past guards. They're setting off explosions to try to distract people, but nothing was better.
I just sleep like this, dude.
Very carefully
shame on
and with
all
much
of you.
blood on my teeth. What?
Shame.
Well, their leader kind of darted ahead. Their plan ended up being distract as many people as you can and send their best fighter. So he ran all the way through into the barn. He had 4 spells, breaker, takedown, breaker, takedown. He took down my guards. He gets on top of a barrel in the barn and for the first time looks through barn and realize we set up a rogue mod. There are traps everywhere. Traps so bad that at one point he looked down and realized the barrel that he was sitting on had a mouse trap on it, meaning it was the largest explosive trap you could possibly have in the game, and he was perched on it. And as he was sitting there, he saw me. I finished the deal. The chase scene through a trapped out room that I was aware of the positioning of the traps, but he wasn't, was amazing. He's rolling over things. He's actually doing the movie style sliding under tripwires because we specifically made them visible so that this was possible, but I had the advantage. I knew where they are. So I take off. My fat ass, he's pretty quick, sliding under things, being agile, chases me all the way down to the lake, but I've got the advantage. I've gone farther than him. What am I going to do? I can't outrun him. I've got the item. I take the item. I've got just enough time. I literally get down in the sand, put my hands down, throw back the sand, put the item in, bury it, and go into the water. And I start swimming across the damn lake. I'm like, he's not going to follow me here, and he's not going to find the item. Then I hear a splash behind me. There's a lot of things that happen, but the story ends with 10 PCs went into the lake and battled me, and soaking wet dragged me onto the beach, laid me down, and said, "Where is it?" And I was able to reach into the sand and give it to them. It was amazing. It was immaculate. But in the end, what it came down to was a bunch of people using real skills to fight insurmountable odds. Distraction,
awesome.
Actually going under tripwires, fighting intelligence with intelligence, and it was so cool. I was thrilled to lose that encounter.
Yeah, those are the best.
I love those. Well, with only 10 minutes left, just to give everyone a chance to do one more thing at least, does anyone have what we call the 1-minute story? Does any of you have an encounter, just a little quick quip, something that happened to you that's interesting or funny or amazing, something that you could quickly do so everybody still gets a chance? Dustin does. Go ahead, bud.
I had a quick one. So I played in a variety of LARPs, and obviously when you transfer for one game to another, the game at the time was Alliance South Michigan. Again, I told them a lot, but they're run by an old group by the Order of the Emerald Flame for the most part. That's boom.
Yay.
Alkali, I know these pretty well. And of course. And so I guess one of the big things would be a quick blip is, so these characters kind of transfer from game to game, and it went from Nero to Alliance, and they played their primary characters. So as far as he was concerned, he had been living his life on this world, knew some memories, and didn't live his life from there. And then I appeared. Out of game, I had played from one rule set to another rule set. In game, I had traversed the multiverse and went from one world to another and appeared in his world. He looks at me, walks up to me, and is like, "I know you." Grabs me, and we're old friends, so it's kind of a point of, physical role play while it's frowned upon. It was one of those things of, sure, I trust him, he trusts me, here we go. He grabs me and just basically picks me up and brings me outside and goes, "Come walk with me." And we begin to walk towards the lake. I later find out that in his mind, he was role-playing the concept of fate was playing with him and was tricking him, and he was out to murder me because he thought I was one of his old memories. And I'm playing it as, oh, this is one of my old friends, my mentors. I'm looking forward to seeing him again. And so we're walking toward the lake. It isn't until we get to the lake's edge when I realize, both in and out of game, I might be swimming tonight. Now, luckily, it turned out to be the role play between us kind of solidified everything, but it was probably one of the times I was scared, out of game scared, and not the I'm going to get killed scared. But it's kind of cold. The lake looks murky. I don't like leeches touching my feet. I'm out. So that was one of the moments of the quick 60-second, I'm going to die and get wet.
Awesome. Who else has a quick story? Something, there you go. Gazzy, go right ahead.
Okay, so this happened at one of my first events that I went to. Bellagarth, there's not a lot of role-playing involved, but there's very much an emphasis on, the war of honor. If you pick a fight, you're expected to finish it. You have to fight what's right, what your honor says, blah, blah, blah. I didn't know any of that. And so it was getting close to lunchtime, and I had been participating in some midday libation indulgence. And there's this one guy who I was fighting out on the field. He's like, and I'm like, I'll fight you later at midnight. And he's like, yeah, you wouldn't. And I put that in the back of my head. I go about my day. And it's about 1 a.m. now. I'm walking back to my campsite, and I hear, you. And I'm looking around like, what the hell? And the guy who I had apparently started beef with is standing on this land bridge, and on both sides it's like a wetland reserve. So there's water on this side and water on this side. He's like, come here and fight me. And I'm tired. It's 1 a.m. And I'm like, do I have to? He's like, honor demands it. Fight me, you plebe. So I get my sword, I get him to the middle of this land bridge, and we're fighting, and this guy doesn't want to take his hits. We're fighting. And ultimately, I just look at him, I'm like, it's 1:30. I want to go to bed. He's like, honor demands that we finish this duel. So I had with me at the time a very large rectangular tower shield. I look at him. I've officially given all my cares. They are officially out the window. I take my tower shield. I bulldoze this guy, and he flies back, trips on a rock, and rolls into the wetland reserve. And he emerges looking like the creature from the Black Lagoon, and he's standing there going, honor has been met. And he walks away. I never see him again. I never hear from this guy again, and I go to bed satisfied in the knowledge that I knocked some guy in the lake.
Awesome. Steel,
Wonderful.
You have 3 minutes. Do you have a story for us?
Oh, you bet I do.
Excellent.
Okay. So this story takes place at Nero, Wisconsin. One of my favorite chapters because of just how out there they were with their flavor and their storytelling. While I was helping, I met a friend. He was playing a raccoon character, so you know right off the bat that it's totally going to be trouble all over. And he's decided that he wants to do some magic. And formal magic in Nero is you got to sit down, you got to have all your components, you got to follow everything to a T because you got to follow the rules. Otherwise, the magic can blow up and terrible, horrible things happen. And this irreverent raccoon decided that he wants to do the world's first bit of informal magic and begins writing a scroll that, you know, normally looks all nice and text and whatever. He starts creating his own informal ritual, writing on the scroll in crayon, and decides that he wants to make a magic scroll that says, I wish to summon the all-powerful Rackagon, a raccoon dragon. And somebody finally realized where this story is going. So, so he's writing this scroll. He sends somebody else to an NPC camp to tell them what's going on. And because I like the guy, I'm all like, you know what? This is going to go horrifically, terribly wrong. So I'm going to stick around to heal him once they beat the crap out of him. So he's writing the scroll. He has me look it over because I'm the only spellcaster in the group. And I'm like, I don't do formal magic yet. I'm still a lowbie. But then when I read it, I'm all like, hey, so you're trying to summon this mega huge powerful dragon thing. Shouldn't you somewhere include that, like, he doesn't want to eat you? He might do what you say. And so at the bottom, he writes, P.S. He is my friend at the bottom of the scroll. So a plot person comes and we get everything ready, and the plot person says, okay, the ritual successfully begins. And immediately everyone's all like, holy crap, it worked. What the heck is going on? This was a joke. We were just screwing around. Oh God, what's going to happen? And then 5 minutes later, Alkali walks in with a purple robe, these silly dragon wings with raccoon face paint on, and the moment the ritual ends, everyone's all like, oh God, what's going to happen? And he stands up and he roars, why do I exist? And long story short, he ran around the entire town trying to eat everybody's magical weapons and swords and items, and the raccoon almost went on trial for the wonderful, wonderful magic that he commanded. And
don't mess with formal magic when I'm helping plot. That's the moral of the story.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I would have done the exact same thing. It was great.
Fun. Steel, why don't you quick do outros and we will throw it over to the next show.
All right. Thank you so very much, Dusty, for participating. Thank you for your wonderful stories. Thank you, Gazzy. You guys are so absolutely wonderful. I am Steel the Warrior. I hope you guys have had a absolutely wonderful time listening to our silly stories, come hang out with us at First Squared. Check us out at firstsquared.com. We are, in fact, doing stuff in February, so come check it out. Also, don't forget that this is all being done for charity for our buddy Rob Hogan. Check us out on the link that should pop up below pretty soon here. You guys are wonderful. I can't wait to see you guys, hopefully, at First Squared Online. And we will be moving on over to a lovely reel involving Rob.
Rob, would you step
Night,
forward
everyone.
and tell everyone your court?
You are all my minions. And he thought I didn't see him in that cardboard box. Remember, son,
I see you, Dusty. I see you.
Come get me, you.
Let's go!
It's not my bubble gum.
Ooh, are we hitting people now? Already?
Dude,
what
Gazzy,
goes
you
quite
tried.
well?
Did yoga, and even though he only had one
We're still
leg,
live?
he was able to balance for such a very,
Donate for
I'm just
a
playing the game.
very long time.
Donate to Rob.
So, since it's been established you're gonna die, what's your will?
Oh boy. Remember when, oh god, that's when the aliens came by and we had, Crutch Bosom attack us? Oh boy.
What's going on
But
the far left side of this picture?
the far left side, we're trying to ignore the far left side. Hello.
Hi.
Hold on a second, I'm concentrating. You're good.
Okay. Thought you were doing the Vulcan high five. Oh my goodness, they'll come in and chips and dip. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm good. Pretty good. Very good.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah?
You're good. Kinda good.
How's he?
Getting a blank right now. I don't want to turn the page.
And begin!
So we trained the staff, we bought the supplies, we got awesome costumes. All we need for this haunted house is a name. How about KK Bang Bang?
New line!
How about Squirrely Furly?
New line!
How about let's just all fuck?
That was a long day. I mean.
An amazing breakthrough in the field of telegraphical fursuits. Conglomerate scientists have created a dirigible fursuit. Look at this fellow here. Fur was volunteered to become the latest vulcanized rubber for our convention attendees' amusement. Trick fur? Aw, isn't that cute? Fur Squared needs you! The greatest convention of the Roaring 2.0s is planning its mega telewire event for this February. Do you draw or sling ink? We're planning a virtual artist alley. Got something to sell, your fellow fuzzies? We're putting together a virtual dealer's den. More details will be published online and in cyber newsprint and telegraphic offices all over the Roaring 2.0s. We are still accepting submissions for online panels and other discussions on the wire. Got an idea you think people would like to participate in? Or performance to play? Wire your messages direct to our programming staff. Submissions are open. Don't be a Reuben. Get your info on this sockdolliger. Do that and you'll be riding the trolley at light speed.
Stuff is happening. How are we doing, everybody? We're doing the charity thing. We're trying to work out some kind of technical stuff here because apparently I broke everything. But we're at Denny's, and I think I've lost. I will first introduce you to a friend of mine by the name of Ridley, who will be helping us doing the charity fun thing. I have to recrop them because we had a little technical thing happen here. How are you doing, Ridley? Ridley is currently frozen. I also can't hear. Ridley, are you saying anything? I can't hear you. How are we doing? Hello?
So I tried joining the next call.
Did it not work?
And it does not appear. It does not appear to be capturing. You're getting.
I am now getting you through Discord. Yeah, and it's sounding like something is stressing out. Hi to the chat. Hi, Koya. So while we're trying to figure this one out, we are raising money for Rob. He went through a really tough medical situation. He is a wonderful, wonderful guy. If you've not had the pleasure of meeting him, he does a wonderful. He submits art and stuff to our charity auctions for First Squared. And he's, like I said, he's a wonderful guy, and we wish him all the best. And we're hoping that we could just send him a little bit of love and all that fun stuff. There is the GoFundMe page that at some point in this thing will be appearing on the bottom. And I figured what greater opportunity to make me do dumb things for charity and punish me as much as you possibly can. I came up, we're in Denny's. That's the whole strategy here, which is completely. Ridley, can you try resharing your camera on Discord and seeing if that doesn't explode the world? Because currently you're frozen. I love it. You're frozen. But oh dear. But for those watching, so this is your opportunity to donate to charity and basically pick something off of the list that we have here. Hot sauce is exactly what you think it is. It's the COVID times, so he is frozen in awe. That is right. It's the COVID times, so the best I could do because I'm not allowed to go to the grocery store. See, I don't want to get the COVID. So the best I have for you is the hottest sauce from the local taco joint that I could find. And for each donation, we'll down a packet of that wonderful hot sauce. And I will cry for charity because it makes everything bleed inside of my head. I only see audio from vMix 2 and 3. I currently see Alkali on vMix 4. Gotcha. Well, Ridley's the only one saying things, and I think he was trying to connect on 4, and I currently have a frozen picture of Alkali on 4 in my vMix.
Yeah, that's what I'm showing too.
This is
okay.
Not seemingly
so
working.
it might just be the last image, and it's just screwing up your connection. Are you using Firefox or Chrome?
Yeah.
Because I had some issues with it allowing stuff to do stuff, and I got it working on Firefox.
So the vMix thing is just throwing an error at me because the camera is in Discord and the Discord camera is frozen.
Yeah.
And listening to the stream, like the stream's not
Yeah.
getting my audio from vMix, it's getting it from Discord.
Yeah, it's getting it from Discord. So it's still showing. I mean, yeah, you shared the cam on Discord. That's fine. I'm trying to wonder why. I'm trying to think of what I went through to fix this.
Well, I know I had to turn off my camera in Discord because it wouldn't let me do it in vMix.
Ridley, try connecting and like pick something. Well, you probably try to pick something not your camera, right? Maybe it's like airing. I don't know. So this is now the IT horror stories panel. Welcome. I actually have a great horror story when it comes to IT. Ridley actually knows it, and the trick to it was we have a connection. It's something worked. I can hear me now, but that's probably through someone else's. Yeah, it's coming through
mine.
Yeah, it's coming through Tez.
I changed my Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, mute your Discord. I'll mute you.
On vMix now?
Yeah, you're muted on Discord. I think we solved it. Are we good? Ridley, say something.
Something. Words are difficult.
I can hear you, which means I'm going to hit go, and we're going to hopefully start the game. So I kind of gave... So that's the whole thing for charity. There is a link that hopefully the wonderful people helping us run the back end for all of this that I completely broke, and it's all my fault. Should be a link for the GoFundMe for charity. Ridley's going to be helping me out here to kind of track the donations, and any donation that you make, you get to pick something off the Denny's menu. I withhold. The key thing I withheld is that it needs to be at least $20 for me to start downing hot sauce. So for that, we're just gonna put that aside, and we're gonna start a everyday normal stream with things that need to be recropped because all the tech moved here. Thanks for being patient, everyone. All right. So, Ridley.
Yes, you
why
just
is
get
this
a
not working?
frozen
I'm gonna hit
picture
reset.
of me on the stream.
I hope you're moving now. I hope you're actually.
I am not moving.
Are you moving?
My camera is in vMix.
You're not moving again.
It's not going to
Oh,
work.
your camera went to vMix. I can probably solve that problem. We're going to solve that problem. As much as I love a motion still of you, we're just going to solve the problem this way. Oh, God. Hey. Oh, that's right. That's not going to work because... Can tech take that image off so I can just capture Ridley through the vMix window? I don't know any other way to solve this without it screwing up. If you take the text off, I can just capture him on that and it'll work. I have so many. So this is really fun to do on one monitor, y'all. How we do? I see Furion in the chat, Toad in the chat.
We need at least 6 monitors for this.
You need at least a bazillion monitors. No, that's full screen. I lost people in the vmix. I've been having internet. Okay, they fixed it. I'm going to capture you through that, and then we're just going to go with that, and then we'll get on with all of this. Ridley, Ridley is going to have a clock. It's great. This is what happens in our cyberpunk future.
My horns are underneath the clock. Crop the clock out.
Okay. This is so for those that don't know this is the concerned frog in the corner of the screen. The concerned frog is here to be concerned about everything that's been happening. We got Slippery Stallion in the chat. So here we are. Oh yeah, I don't think chat is going to get this, so I can just put on this as well. Oh, I can't change that. We don't change that. So, Ridley, would you like to tell a little bit of the story? I mean, just basically, how did we actually meet each other? How did that happen?
We met each other because very early in my hobbying of watching Twitch was right when the randomizer V18 tournament was going on, right in the smack dab middle of it. Iggy and Yogi were playing in it, and I started watching a whole bunch of random people, and I was looking for someone to root for. And I found Iggy. And then in one of the matches I was watching, Iggy was getting DQ'd for not cheating, while Yogi was losing to someone who cheated.
Yeah. So the long and short of it is, I met Ridley. Basically, you were looking for someone to root for this silly tournament that doesn't matter, but apparently it mattered to a lot of people. And all that aside, I met Ridley, who's really, really cool, kind of furry. I guess, could we call you furry adjacent? I mean, you do these board game things, right? Like you travel and do board gaming stuff, if you will.
I've been to plenty
you've been to Gen Con, right?
I've been to Gen Con one time. I mostly sat behind a booth and worked, but I've been there. And I've worked at PAX East for 7 straight years when it came to Boston. And I had a roommate for 5 years who was very much a furry. Had a very awesome, greatest of all time, full goat head. And
wow, really? I'm learning something about you. You actually had a furry roommate.
Yes. His name was Joey, goes by Jamie. Also known as Jamie But Mom, and I would not be surprised if some people would recognize him because he's been to Anthrocon and a whole bunch. He before the COVID hit the fan, he started doing booths of his own, selling embroidered clothing and whatnot of custom designs.
That's pretty cool. I like.
Yeah.
The funny thing about furry is it's almost like everybody knows everybody kind of thing. It's a small tight-knit community at times. So
yeah, and he's pretty active and has been around for a number of years.
So I know you're big into the board games.
Huge into the board game.
What's the current hot board game that you love to play? Of course, Tabletop Sim, because of course, Grandiose Toad says it's definitely not a cult. No, sir. It's not a cult.
Nope, not at all.
But what's the hot board game?
Saw Buzz and the Horns. Was like, are you sure you're not a furry? Spirit Island by Greater Than
Spirit Island.
It's hot in so many circles. Jagged Earth has sold a bajillion copies already. Only been out to the public for 1 month. Oh, we've got the Denny's menu on the stream.
The Denny's menu's on the stream?
Denny's menu is on the stream
right
now.
Oh no, we're playing the game.
You're playing the game. And the Denny's menu.
Wait, did someone get the Denny's menu and put it on the stream?
Someone grabbed the Denny's menu.
It's not screwed up. Someone legitimately did that.
No. Someone's doing this. We're getting chat to read the menu, and we're trying to encourage them.
We are donating for charity. I mean, I have my hat. The hat is out. please.
The Denny's
money in the
menu is
hat
very
for
important.
Rob.
Here we go. Full screen Denny's menu for a moment. How to get that hot sauce? I want to see Iggy's hot sauce.
Yes, we have the hot sauce. We have. I don't know. There's a list. I can't see it right now. Ridley, read off the list if you would.
We've got hot sauce. I am a pirate. Why would you invert this axis? That will as a crowd control feature, I believe, make Iggy's life.
You think we have APIs? No.
We'll
But
make it work,
there definitely
right?
is an inversion of the y-axis that if you were to purchase such a thing off of our glorious diners menu.
You can ask me or Iggy. I'll play the Ask Me Anything question. Fatherhood comedy. I don't know what Iggy has planned for that. A press conference. Foreign poetry slam with translation. Blatant copyright infringement. Some dramatic reading. A magic show. Dollars to Zork.
There's a magic show.
There's a magic show. Who knows what the magic show is?
There could be a magic show. It could be yours.
You could find out what the magic show is for the low price of anything. Help this guy out. And toggle diner music on and off.
The diner music, I'm the only one getting the diner music. So if you want me to hear Vuvuzuelas for the next hour, we can do that. What else we got?
That's the whole list.
That is the list. That's right. That was the last one on the list. There was a 13th one, and then I said that's no. The diner only has 12 items. So we're playing through the old castle. You play a lot of Link to the Past, Ridley. What do you think of the castle in this game?
I am
when you speedrun it.
Oh. No, it's.
Well, we typically play rando, so I'm assuming you're very glad that we don't have to normally play this because the rando just jumps you somewhere else.
I started playing randomizer, and then open mode lets you just skip this castle.
Yeah, open mode. For those that don't know what rando is, a lot of old games now have various randomizers that just throw all the items around, and you basically can play the game anew. If it's a game like Zelda, Mario and stuff, like they can mess with the various levels being underwater, or all the enemies are different, or in the case of Zelda, it rearranges all the items in the game, so it ends up all the paths that you would normally have to take because the game's a little bit of a puzzle. Well, you got to figure out kind of what's open with the items that you have, and it's pretty cool. I'm a big programmer person, so you have to kind of run around and do stuff that's different than the regular game, and you kind of have to, in your head, be a little artificial intelligence robot to kind of figure out what's the most optimal way to do things. Hey, Midori, how's it going? I'm wearing a green shirt. Would you care to describe who Midori is, really? As if they need no introduction. Yeah.
Yeah. Can we go?
And I love when I met
Midori.
Picture.
Stream in menu.
Yeah, you can get in the picture. Sure, get in the picture. Why not? Say hi, Midori. When I met Midori, the best thing about Midori is, we've done alcohol things at First Squared and other places, and Midori is renowned to me for being a green drink, and Midori does not let you down because anytime we play board games together, Midori must have the green pieces, otherwise we can't play. So it's the only time I'm not green, because everyone knows me as Iggy the Dinosaur, whose primary color is green, except, and I always have to have the green pawn. It's kind of like if you play Monopoly, you have to have the car, right? Everybody has to have the car, but no.
I was always
you fight over the car, and then you buy another game of Monopoly just to make sure that there's enough cars for everyone. What were you going to say?
I was always the battleship, but I also had. I remember. I don't know where I got it, but I had a silver card and a gold card. I had gold pieces.
Wait, there was a gold one?
There At one point, there was a gold one in one stupid Monopoly set. Oh, you are in Eastern.
Yeah, I went to Eastern.
I have not.
I almost went right.
The castle.
Yeah, Tez Cat in chat talking about the. I made sure that the word art has Clippy, because if anybody can convince you to donate to charity with the threat of murder by paperclip, it's Clippy. I had nightmares about Clippy. You remember Clippy, right?
Oh, yeah, he was super friendly, like Word 97.
Yeah, he was friendly. Like I see you're writing a bribe to a foreign official. How can I help you with that? And it's like he knows all your secrets. We're doing the Eastern thing. Oh, we got hit by the skeleton. We need to not die. Oh, we can't do the cool trick because I actually didn't grab the heart because I thought it was being cool. This is F's in chat for doing this the wrong way. You get to see the bad way of doing this room.
I don't know, why not, Midori? Seemed like a thing to do at the time.
But you have horns?
I have the horns on.
I can't see anything anymore. There's too many things.
All you need to do is
play the game.
Apparently, you need to play the game.
Or we get hit.
And
it's like
not get the damage boost trick.
Well, we only had one heart, so we couldn't do that. And now we're getting chased by hello. Wow, Ridley. I might have to. We actually have to leave the room. That was. Yeah, we're just playing vanilla. We are doing stuff for charity. There's a Denny's menu, and this is merely a distraction for people to do things for charity.
For some reason, I thought you had grabbed a random.
I thought about it, but then I went, We play random all the time. I never get to play this anymore. We're totally gonna die. It's gonna be bad.
Right. So you did vanilla and you didn't grab sanctuary. Right?
Yeah, I'm a boss, aren't I?
I mean, I don't know about that yet.
I also should say there's no game sound, so that does actually screw things up. Oh dear. Let's do this. Let's speed forward here and get back to where we were with It's amazing when you use sound cues for things and you don't hear the sounds, how wonderful that is. Let me use a little bit of turbo boost here to get us back to where we were. Finish off this dungeon. That's probably the first time I've ever died at Eastern in like forever, but
probably the first
there's
time
no sound.
Died at Eastern because you haven't done it in as long.
Oh man, there's a bomb drop there. Let's just keep getting back to where we were. All right. Okay. Get some arrows. We wasted. All right, cool. Sorry about that. So we actually recently, there's a category for those that don't know about speedrunning. There is different categories. So like the most basic thing is to essentially beat the game with or without glitches. For this game, there's a whole bunch of dumb categories because people play it way too much. And one of them is just to complete the Master Sword, which is just basically the light world portion of the game minus a castle for some reason everyone hates. Is it always true in like every Zelda game that like the two worst things that could possibly happen are the boss castles and the puzzle that there's always one puzzle, a water temple type puzzle, that requires a hint book to solve, aka Ocarina of Time. I got the double drop.
I felt like after Ocarina of Time that Ice Palace or the Water Temple, like that was always the one that you expected. Oh, there's going to be some awful convoluted mess here. Yeah, because in Link to the Past, without knowing how to cheese it, Ice Palace is a convoluted hot mess.
Yep. I actually have a strategy guide for Ocarina of Time. Go ahead.
Once you learn the cheese, though, Ice Palace in this game is not so bad.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? For Ocarina of Time, I actually have a strategy guide. I think I got it for free with my renewal to Nintendo Power. but the strategy guide actually has the wrong answers for things. And I don't know why that is. It's like a V1.0 of the game. Like they changed stuff before pre-release or something, but they made the strategy guide before. It's very strange. Like the water temple, I think, has one of the solutions is wrong, and the well has pictures that aren't in the game or were changed.
That's really cool. That's like owning a piece of history.
You know, history is, you know what I call history? Things that sit in your basement. there's no joke there. It's just that's how that works.
It is.
So, all right, how are we doing on the charity stuff?
We have not received.
Because I think I'm just going to open it up to the floor here, because I know we had some issues, and I think I'm just going to open it up to the floor here. But has anyone put anything in the last couple minutes?
No, sir.
All right, so this is what we're going to do. Since I love y'all so much, and I know I'm going to open it up to the floor, and I have two wonderful other guests with us today. Feel free to say something, folks, while I switch over the thing so I can see all of you. Are we now? Can we go to Denny's? Hey, I can see sort of people. So I'd like to welcome to the stream Tezcat and Buddy Goodboy Esquire. Oh, you all are in there. Okay, so I see how this works. I have to everything. Oh dear. But feel free to introduce yourselves. Tezcat, tell us a little bit about yourself, because I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure most people know who you are, but just in case they don't. I was merely being nice.
I've done some stand-up comedy locally and online. I have some YouTube videos and so forth. But glad to be part of the show.
Awesome, Buddy. Why don't you tell us a little about yourselves? I don't. You're around too, but feel free to introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm around. I'm here to echo somewhere, but whatever. I'll try.
Yeah, I got a little bit of echo.
I
think it's Tez.
Yeah, you're over there.
So, hi, I'm Buddy Goodboy. I am an attorney in real life. I run a blog that periodically, whenever I update it, has stuff. I did in college. I'm trying to keep that up for my career's life.
You'd be babbled enough. Yeah, I don't know where the echo is coming from, because the only one coming off is I don't know. Maybe it's a magic button that they see on the back. I only see you talking in Discord. So, oh, mute yourself in Discord. That's what you need to do. Oh, I can fix it. Don't worry about it. I got it. I hit the button. Say something, buddy. Just make sure I got it. Now I can't hear you at all. Now I can hear that. I heard that. Okay. Yeah, I see what you did there. That was great. Yes, Dragger, I have spent many hours putting together this panel, and it was clearly a ruse to play Link to the Past, because I do enjoy that game, but I also enjoy my friends, and because these are such wonderful friends of mine, and in many ways I've chipped in, and I'm sure everyone else has. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the wonderful Buddy. You may pick something off of this list. But don't pick 12, because then you're just basically passing your turn, because no one can hear that but me. And please don't make me listen to 124 Vuvuzuelas crescendoing together, because you like me that much, at least I hope. But what would you like off the list, good sir?
Me? I get to choose?
Yeah, so we're just going to open it up, just because we kind of started late. I'm sure people are going to be generous and donate what they can. So, Buddy, feel free to pick something off the list and we'll do it.
Anything.
And ask me anything. So that opens the floor. Since there's 4 of us, so we're opening up the chat. Chat, you may ask me any question that you so desired. Anyone in this, you also are welcome to take a question should you want to. but this is sort of directed at me. Anyone that's in this call and anyone in chat, it's an Ask Me Anything segment that we're going to open the floor to. So feel free to ask those questions, and I will answer them. Does anyone in the call have a burning question that you want me to? It could be about anything.
I got one.
Oh dear.
Why are you a dinosaur?
I am a wow. The non-furry asks the real questions. Oh dear. Oh dear. Let me just get you in this call. Here we go. So I'm a dinosaur because so my character is kind of like this. You think of like cartoon characters, and like my character's kind of like really childlike. So it was kind of like, I like to have fun. Like one of those vibrant like personalities. So I was like, dinosaur is really cool, and like a dinosaur with a top hat, or like it's like vaudeville or something. I think that's pretty cool. Oh dear, Midori, the answer to that is 3. There is no other answer. The answer is 3. My character is timeless, therefore I get to pick their age. Their age is 3. That's how that works. But no, I thought it was cool. And I mean, like, dinosaurs, like, growing up, like, remember in, like, school, like, dinosaurs were, that was the thing, right? Like, that was when all this stuff was kind of, at least to me, it was, like, all being kind of discovered at the time. So, like, in school, like, in grade school, it was like, here's all the fossil stuff, and that was really, really cool. So I was like, everybody wants dinosaurs. So that's, wow, Midori is not satisfied.
No, I wouldn't be satisfied.
Buddy or Tez,
I like my dinosaur. Why are you a dinosaur answer? I like that. That was nice and satisfying.
I also figured that a lot of people in the fandom are like foxes, and like a lot of times since we're this kind of new to the fandom, it kind of, I'm kind of different, I'm kind of unique, and I kind of couldn't figure out, like, no species really rang to me, like, oh, I'm that species. So I can just be a dinosaur and then just transform into whatever else I need to, should the need arise. But I'm a dinosaur, I'm unique. But Buddy picked Ask Me Anything, so I'm sure they have an absolutely burning question.
I do, actually. Since we're in these
now I'm worried.
times as well,
Yeah.
What's the strangest encounter you've had in public? Either with somebody who doesn't wear a mask, or like conspiracy enthusiasts, or what? There are weird things about. What have you seen?
So the strangest encounter. So we're going to get into real names. We're not going to mention the real names, but there's a real named person who happened. Okay, here I am going to a place called Meyer in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of Ann Arbor, Michigan, because they had really cheap gas. So I thought it was a good idea to get cheap gas there at a Slurpee like 10 years ago. And there's a certain literary theme we're going to bring in here. The literary theme is that, well, I'll get to it, but there's a literary thing that happens. And basically when it happens in life, someone is dying. So I go into this gas station to pay, and for some reason Meyer decided, because you need to know who the gas station attendant is, they had a little name tag, because that's really important when you're paying for gas, is to know who you paid your gas to. So here I am with my Slurpee checking out, and throw them $20, $30 whatever for gas and the Slurpee, and then I notice who they are. Like, first I see the fact that they have a full beard, and they basically look exactly like me. And then it hit me. I'm basically looking in a mirror because their name tag literally, because it had their first and last name on it for some ungodly reason. They had literally the same name as me, looked exactly like me, and somehow I walked out alive. And I'm pretty sure, because when I went to university, there were 3 people with exactly the same name, and since it was very close to the college there, I assumed that they worked there and worked at the gas station. I'm pretty sure only 2 survived college, because once I left, he had literally, when you run into your doppelganger, the guy has to die. Someone has to die. That's the rule if you're not familiar with that. You run into the same person, one of them has to die for literary reasons. So I'm pretty sure that guy died. I'm responsible for it because I chose to go to that gas station. I carry that weight with me every day.
Iggy, how do we know you're the real Iggy?
How do we know? Oh no! Who do we shoot?
The doppelganger?
Oh, dear. I literally ran into someone with a full beard, kind of the same kind of head. I mean, he might have been wearing kind of like my fedora hat too. I think he was wearing some greenish hat. Might have been like a cabbie hat or something. But I was like, wow, that's like, if I made that left turn with right turn, that's wow. All right, Tez, you got one?
I was about to say, I'm going to have to get the Petri dishes and like a little torch to see if you're the real Iggy. What actually started your fascination with board games? What would you say was probably the one that inspired you the most? Like really got you into them?
I've always loved board games. So back in the day, my grandmother and my mom would get together and play board games all the time. And of course, in the basement, I have a collection of various board games that were all acquired via garage sales and other type of swap meet type stuff because, you know, over time, like Milton Bradley went bankrupt and all these old games don't exist. There's lots of cool old games that I have. But Monopoly was something we played all the time, as well as various word games. In fact, at the Basement Con Extra Life thing, we did Facts and Five. You were part of that. And that was a game that I played growing up all the time. And so sort of board games have kind of been around forever. And then there was sort of this renaissance or golden age, if you will, or a new golden age of all these new board games that came out that were really cool. So when I started going to conventions, I'd check out furry and board gaming conventions. I check out the board gaming type stuff and, you know, found some ones I really like. And then I kind of learned there's better games than Catan. Also, there is a game called 1830, Railways and Robber Barons. And it was a game, it was back at Avalon Hill. People don't know Avalon Hill. It was basically made like war games like Axis and Allies and stuff. And basically games, I call it games that require thought, in that you need to commit serious amounts of time to play these games. But it's a really cool game. And there was a computer program back in the 90s, or very early 90s, when Avalon Hill tried to basically take board games and turn them into video games or computer games so that they could basically sell them in a modern format, because a lot of people didn't want to sit and play these. So it handled all the, you know, it's really fun when you're on tabletop or something that has all the code to basically let you play the game while it handles all the details. And I actually learned how to play 1830 from that game because it was done so well. And it's one of my favorite games, so I'd never get to play it with anyone. Arkham Horror, of course, as many know, is my other favorite game, and it's a co-op game, so it's also really fun to teach people because you're not teaching someone to just destroy you. It's like teaching your protege at chess, but it's a cooperative game, so you're teaching everyone to be good. But yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that was a wild game we had. I was the only one with no magic, and I was like, well, I've got a flamethrower. It worked.
The flamethrower is pretty good. You get for those that know in the game, there's certain weapons that are basically one use, and they're really good once, and that's it. All right, so I think that wraps up Ask Me Anything. Tez, would you like to pick something off of the list to make me do it? Make us do it, depending on what it is.
To make you do it. Let's see here. We got anything from chat? Nope. Come on, people, ask them some good questions.
Yeah, you can ask questions. It's open to chat too. I'll continue doing the Ask Me Anythings as we do other stuff.
That'll work. Well, you want to go ahead and jump the dramatic reading with the time we've got?
Dramatic reading. We will do the dramatic reading. I have to get my
buddies.
Let me get my dramatic reading sheet out. Why did I do it like this? Let's make that bigger. All right, here we go.
Dramatic reading shit. Is that like...
It's a dramatic reading. It's a dramatic reading. I have the piece in front of me because I couldn't find my copy of it. Here we go. Dog. Big dog. Little dog. Big dogs and little dogs. Black and white dogs. Hello. Hello. Do you like my hat? I do not. Goodbye. Goodbye. One little dog going in. 3 big dogs going out. A red dog on a blue tree. A blue dog on a red tree. A green dog on a yellow tree. Some big dogs, some little dogs, going around in cars. A dog out of a car. 2 big dogs going up. 1 little dog going down. The green dog is up. The yellow dog is down. The blue dog is in. The red dog is out. 1 dog up on a house. 3 dogs down in the water. A green dog over a tree. A yellow dog under a tree. 2 dogs in a house. On a boat in the water. A dog over the water. A dog under the water. Hello again. Hello. Do you like my hat? I do not like it. Goodbye again. Goodbye. The dogs are all going around and around and around. Go around again. The sun is up. The sun is yellow. The yellow sun is over the house. It is hot out here in the sun. It is not hot out here under the house. Now it is night. 3 dogs at a party on a boat at night. Dogs at work. Work dogs work. Dogs at play. Play dogs play. Hello again. Hello. Do you like my hat? I do not like that hat. Goodbye again. Goodbye. Dogs in cars again. Going fast. Going away fast. Look at those dogs go. Go dogs go. Stop dogs, stop. The light is red now. Go dogs go. The light is green now. The dogs, 2 dogs at play. At play up on top. Go down dogs. Do not play there. Go down. Now it is night. Night is not the time for play. It is a time for sleep. Dogs go to sleep. They will sleep all night. Now it is day. The sun is up. Now is the time for all dogs to get up. Get up. It is day. Time to get going. Go dogs go. There they go. Look at those dogs go. Why are they going so fast in those cars? What are they going to do? Where are those dogs going? Look where they are going. They are all going to that big tree over there. Now the cars stop. Now all the dogs get out. And now look at where those dogs are going. To the tree, to the tree, up the tree, up the tree. Up they go to the top of the tree. Why? Will they work there? Will they play there? What is up on top of that tree? A dog party. A big dog party. Big dogs, little dogs, red dogs, blue dogs, yellow dogs, green dogs, black dogs, and white dogs. All are at a dog party. What a dog party. Hello again. And now do you like my hat? I do. What a hat. I like it. I like that party hat. Goodbye. Goodbye. End scene.
That was a long, dramatic reading.
That was good job.
It was
good job.
So perfectly done. You kept up with that for a long time. Not even a stutter or a pause.
Well, we had. I mean, you could have chosen this. This was option number 13. Was the reading of Scene 1, Act 1 from Antony and Cleopatra. But I figured that wouldn't resonate with this audience as well. Even though it does contain debauchery, it's just not the kind of debauchery that we're used to in the community. So, if you're not familiar with the first scene,
I like the part where they were dogs.
Othello would probably be more appropriate.
You like the part?
We have 2 new donations.
Oh no!
Yeah.
What's going on with that? Stop everything.
First one was $20 by Midori Skies.
Oh no!
Thanks, Midori.
Yeah, you know what's happening, right, Iggy?
Is that really happening?
All right. Yeah, that's really happening. Midori, would you like to pick from the Denny's menu?
Oh God! All right, so here we have the hottest sauce from Del Taco, which is up the street. And I love to get these, but I don't, I mean, I use them, but I put them on actual tacos. Once I tasted these, it was the COVID time, so this is the only hot sauce that I could get without risking getting the COVID in my area. So this is what we have. I'm going to get a bowl here. I don't have a spoon or anything. I'm basically just going to eat it out of the packet. Let's make sure the camera can actually see this. We're going to see how this goes.
Someone's recording this, right?
Oh,
we've got a silver god in the and the whole.
Oh God!
Dude, it's nice knowing you, bro.
Oh my God!
I want to make sure that you understand. You agreed to do this.
Oh man,
It's for charity, Ridley.
It shows what was on the menu.
My body is given for charity. Jesus. Oh my God. Okay, I thought that, like I said, I've tasted a tiny bit of it by accident once. Okay, my whole mouth is on fire. All right. Wow.
Brought like a drink or something, right?
You said there's another donation, and if it's for another hot sauce, is it really?
It could be.
Oh,
It's Anonymous
no.
donated $40 to support for Rob Hogan. So I don't know who Anonymous is, but if you'd like,
They are welcome to stay anonymous.
you're welcome to say
That
anonymous.
is completely their prerogative. I don't know when you donate if it lets you pick. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say if someone wants to, if they say anonymous, I don't know if how we're gonna figure out how to pick something from the Denny's menu, or if they.
Pro tip: someone could just claim it in chat.
Yeah, someone in chat could just say.
If they don't need to. And what we can do is just have someone here can pick from the list, and that's fine too. We only have a few minutes left, so let's. I didn't give you the option to pick one from the list, and if you pick hot sauce again, I'm going to come over to your house.
I I already secretly texted Dory to go and make a $20 donation to get you to do hot sauce. That happens. She can wave if she waves her arm. She's like right behind me, and
hi, Midori.
The arm wave in the background.
All right, Ridley.
We got a good suggestion from the chat here. We can do a dice rolls, run through 12, and see what we get.
Can it be a 2-die roll? Because 1 and 12 are both things I don't want to deal with right now.
Somebody roll a D2. Wait, those don't exist.
Oh, 2d6. It's like a craps table. But I'm willing to just let Ridley pick one if they so desire. We have about 6 minutes left, so we probably have time for like one or maybe two things.
I would like to pick.
Oh my God, is that burning? You want a magic show? Sounds great. We're gonna do a magic show.
I want to see it.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
All right. So here we are. It's actually a Ninja Turtles. You can't get these anymore. It's a Ninja Turtles deck of cards, and you have to believe me here that it is a very real deck of cards. There's no silliness going on. So what I'm going to have you do is I'm going to shuffle it. I'm going to show it to just the camera. I'm going to stop looking at the stream. I'm going to turn the stream off here, so I can only see chat and Ridley's face. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically riffle through this deck. I'm going to ask you to stop somewhere, and that's going to be your card. And I'll show that to the stream. I can't see the stream right now. You have to trust me on that. All right. So I'm going to riffle through. You tell me when to stop, and that's going to be your card. Are you making me go through the whole deck?
There's a stream delay. I said stop.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we'll stop. We'll stop right there. So right here is, I cannot see this. It may be upside down. I have no idea. This, can you see your card?
Sure. Yes.
You know, everyone knows the card. Do not say it in chat because that will ruin the trick, and then you'll wonder how I did it. But there's the card. Chat knows the card. Here we go. I do not know what the card is. I should probably keep everything on the up and up here.
Yeah, gotta see if you're flashing.
Got to see what I'm doing here. That's going to be really hard to do in the air while I'm showing it on the camera. I don't know why I'm trying to look away. I have no idea what your card is right now, or do I? All right, so here we go. I'm going to fan out the cards in front of me, which you can't exactly see. And I'm going to pick your card. Is that your card?
No, but I want that.
Is it your card?
No, it's not.
It is not your card. Oh, wow, that's a really cool card.
It's a really cool card.
What was your card? What was your card?
It was the 8 of clubs.
The 8 of clubs. Unfortunately, this trick has a 1 in 52 shot of working, and that's why we take the jokers out of the deck. All right, would you like to see another magic trick?
Oh, that was amazing.
That's okay. I've got it right here.
You did say right that it was a trick, so I can't believe I fell for it.
I mean, I got another one for you. There was a quarter in your ear, right there. There you go. That was the magic show.
How did you get that through my headphones?
Wow.
All right, we have
Not say
time
that
for
the
one
trick
more
would
thing.
work, you just the trick.
It was supposed to be in quotes, but the thing that I used to make word art just destroyed itself. All right, one last thing. Who wants to jump on it? Someone shout out a number and I'll do it. And that's how we'll wrap up the stream.
Two.
My mouth is still 2. That one's too easy. You might want to pick another number, someone else.
We're
getting 5 from the
fastest
chat.
Works.
conference improv ever.
I'm sorry, what?
So maybe we could
we
go
got
for
a
the
5 from
fastest
the
press
chat.
conference ever. Nah, I don't think
The
there's enough
fastest press conference ever?
I don't know, you gotta
give
be
me a
a
roll.
minute 11 seconds for fastest press.
We have a minute and
conference
11
ever.
seconds. So here you go. There you go. This is not going to work. Hey, cool. I'm a pirate now. There was going to be rum, but we ran out of rum.
Today's episode of
And I don't
Sesame
want
Street
that.
been brought by the letter R.
Arr!
And the letter C.
It looks like you lost an
And the
eye.
letter C. Auf den
Now we're going to be
See.
pegging like pirates. Wait, I mean peg-legging. Peg-legging!
Oh, all right. I think that's about our time. We want to make sure the next guys can get on for their show.
Thank you guys for doing
Thank
that.
you very much to Buddy being on here, Buddy Goodboy Esquire, Tezcat, and a good friend of mine, Ridley and Midori. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for your generous donations. Thank you very much to Midori Anonymous and everyone else. Much appreciated. And hopefully Rob's going to be doing all right pretty soon. We'll see what happens, but hopefully he continues to recover well. So take it easy, everybody. Thanks again for being here. Thanks very much for supporting Rob for Squared and hanging out with us on Saturday afternoon.
Rob, would you step forward and tell everyone your quirk?
You are all my minions. And he thought I didn't see him in that cardboard box. Remember, son, blow the cord before he hit the ground.
Go!
I stuck my bubble gum on his piercing. But he was so good at yoga, and even though he only had one leg, he was able to balance for such a very, very, very long time.
So, since it's been established you're gonna die, what's your will?
Oh boy. Remember when, oh god, that's when the aliens came by and we had, Clutch Bosom attack us? Oh boy.
What's going on the far left side of this picture?
The far left side, we're trying to ignore the far left side.
in.
Hello.
Hi.
Hold on a second, I'm concentrating. You're good.
Okay. Thought you were doing the Vulcan high five. Oh my goodness, it'll come in as chips and dip. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm good. Pretty good. Very good.
Good?
Yeah.
Yeah?
You're good. Kinda good.
How's he?
Getting a blank right now. I don't want to turn the page.
So we trained the staff, we bought the supplies, we got awesome costumes. All we need for this haunted house is a name. How about KK Bang Bang?
New line!
How about Squirrely Furly?
New line!
How about let's just all fuck?
That was a long day. I mean,
Hello, hello, and welcome to a virtual First Squared special charity stream for Rob Hogan. This is Libation Appreciation. I will be your host, Dragor. I am joined by two wonderful guests, Alkali Bismuth and quotation marks. I think that's just a spot.
Oh, okay.
And we'll see if we figure out how to use that or not. This has been a very wonderful and thus far overall successful technical test of what we are going to partially be doing for First Squared. There's a message.
Yes, there is. I've got it. You keep going.
I want to see what it is. Echo from Dragit. Why is there an echo from us? Interesting. I don't know if that is our end. It could be our microphones.
Could be the microphones.
Is the echo unlistenable? QM?
No, I don't hear it on my end.
Okay. Oh, echo. This is the best tech test.
We got it. We got
it. Hooray. So there are two toasts I would like to open this stream with, and the first one goes to Skylar Ringtail. You have taken on doing what is effectively video production with new complex software in a fast amount of time. Thank you so much. And when we are able to meet in person, we will figure out how to celebrate in person. But until then, infinite gratitude and thanks on behalf of myself and First Squared to you, Skylar.
Good work, dude.
And then the second toast is why we are here, and that is to our dear friend Rob Hogan. I met him through First Squared. If he was at the one LARP I was at,
he was not at that event.
He was not. So I did not have the fortune of getting to know him through Nero and LARPing, but I do have the fortune of knowing everything he's done for First Squared and, of course, through our charity, Haws. So, Rob, we're very glad you're still with us. We know you have a long road of recovery. We're here to help you. Thank you for all of you done. Get well soon.
Cheers, Rob. I want to shoot this, but I know that you would shoot me if I did.
Yeah, we could have an old school prohibition shootout.
Good times had by most.
Last minute, Xander suggested that we get a speakeasy background, drop everything to black and white, and I accidentally Blues Brothers.
I'm a New World Amish, apparently. But I run rum. QM?
And you have buttons.
That's QM, I'm getting kind of a flapper vibe. Am I right here? That's what you're going for?
Well, I mean, I am wearing bell bottoms, so I don't
knew
know.
it.
So, all right, this is kind of a thing that I've noticed, because when cocaine happened in the 80s, whiskey as your symbolic status drink went away. So, like, what was a status drinker? Do you know a status drinker cocktail from the 70s? Do either of you happen to know?
QM, help me out on this one, but I think you... Go ahead. Yeah, you're going to have a better idea.
God damn it. I was thinking of a couple.
I was thinking of the Aviator, or is that 80s?
The Aviation, that's earlier.
That's earlier. Okay.
That's earlier. That's 50s.
Oh, but those are the good times.
Yeah, no.
In the chat is saying gin drinks?
Gin was big in the 70s.
Gin was big in the gin made a recurrence in the 70s. People started to experiment with botanicals. It was the 70s. You came straight out of the 60s with, people growing herbs of various sorts in their backyard, and they transitioned that into making homemade gin. And a lot of 70s drinks had gin in it because people wanted to try, kind of like how whiskey's coming into vogue right now, because a lot of these whiskeys sat in barrels for 18, 30, 40 years, and people have started appreciating them. It was kind of similar in the 70s. People were finding old recipes and trying their own versions with different botanicals. Gin is juniper is the primary ingredient in gin, but like basically you can use any, and bathtub gin's used a lot of basically anything you had in the house.
Soap.
Coriander. Yeah, I mean, not soap, but a lot of people say that coriander tastes like soap, so maybe people did get that idea.
It has
cinnamon...
always amused the living heck out of me to know that juniper berries, a berry that was used to help with abortions in medieval times, were just like, let's make alcohol out of that. That is one of my favorite little gin factoids.
That's not an urban legend. That actually was a thing.
Juniper berries at the proper amount, which, by the way, they did not know the proper amount, would cause something to happen. I don't want to get disgusting, but yes, the answer is yes.
Also, please don't try that. See your safe Planned Parenthood if you need consultation. Don't chug juniper or gin.
No.
Oh God.
Ingredients in absinthe are also abortifacient, so they
wait, can you say that word again?
Abortifacents.
Huh.
Cheers. I'm just looking for reasons to drink this delicious scotch. Leave me alone.
All right, I'm going to put a little picture on the page to show briefly the 3 whiskeys I have provided for the mini tasting on this end. And QM, you will just have to imagine what these taste like, unless you already know. So
close.
These are the 3 in the carrying case that Alkali got as a birthday gift for me several years ago. Thank you, friend.
Of course, my friend.
He got me this because I have one from my grandparents, and I was very protective of it and kept getting nervous about it, bringing it to cons. So this one is the robust travel case I've been using. We just had this 12-year Smoky 12 Benriach, and then we're going to have a little bit of the Glendronach Revival, and then we'll finish on the Tastes Like Campfire and Wine.
That's a good one. That's an interesting mouthfeel.
Sorry, I am left-hand mouse.
Yeah, you're doing
putting
pretty good.
Things back. Okay.
Not bad.
There
well
we
done.
go.
Well done.
Harvey Wallbanger was the drink I was thinking of for the opulent 70s.
There we go.
That makes sense because my mom learned from her mom and would make a Harvey Wallbanger cake. I think you've had it once.
I have, and it was delicious.
You know what?
That sounds interesting.
So 2022, first squared in person. If I can still con my parents into going, which they threatened to volunteer and staff the last time.
I will take care of them. That is my new goal in First Squared. I renounce all other positions, and I am Dragor Parent Handler.
Wait, so you're renouncing the bank account?
That is mine. Don't you ever touch it.
I will have my mom make several Harvey Wallbanger cakes for First Squared.
Ooh. Let me get some paperwork in place, and maybe that'll be the dinner.
Right?
Now, QM, I have one more, because I thought this was 70s, but I'm kind of guessing here. Bloody Mary. Didn't that get its origins in the 70s? Because that became the morning drink of businessmen, but it could have been earlier. Help me out on this one.
I'm not exactly sure on the origins of a Bloody Mary.
Right?
I might have to look that up.
So to be clear,
chat, look that up.
Is the name as dirty sounding in origin as it implies?
Yes.
Okay.
That's also a guess, but it's alcohol, so I'm going to guess yes. Yes.
It was the 70s.
There was.
Yes.
All right. We're going to actually play off the audience for a second here. So let's jump over to the audience. Audience, you're going to give us some ideas for talking points by telling us this. The first drink that you remember, it doesn't necessarily have to be the first drink you drank. It has to be a drink that you to this day remember and is one of your earliest drinking memories. Tell us what it was and why. Obviously, you're in the chat, so it's got to be short and concise, and we'll probably go off of that. But until then, let's, Dragor, you haven't actually had the chance to talk. Your first drink that you can remember, what's the first one that pops into your head?
So there's I've told it a little bit. I basically took a bottle of Johnny Walker Black Label from my dad and sipped that every day of the month of February leading up to my birthday. So I didn't get drunk on it. I liked the smell, but the taste was another matter. And I didn't actually drink until the night of my 21st. And the first one I had, per recommendation of the bartender, Colin at the Red Lion in Chicago, gave me one of his favorites, and it was one of a bottling called the Singleton. And they do bottlings of different distilleries, things. I don't remember the distillery it was, but it had, this is going to sound nuts, for a single malt Scotch whiskey, it had a hint of honey and just the slightest weird little hint of mint. Like, it's like an anthropomorphic mint man farted 2 seats down and brushed the glass, and then it's the rest of your malty goodness. And that is the first full Scotch drink I ever had, and I can remember what it tastes like today.
Wow. That's awesome. That is awesome. Really quick, going back to the chat, Gothrin says Bloody Marys originated from Paris to cater to Russian immigrants escaping during the revolution in 1920. I had no idea. That's super interesting. The rest of the chat, we have a question. Didn't Goldschlager cocktails become a thing in discos? That's just because the light reflected off the gold flakes, right, QM?
Oh, don't talk to me about Goldschlager. It almost killed me.
Ah! Okay, story time.
Yeah.
Story time. So, I was at a party in college. Somebody had made me a drink with Goldschlager in it. I did not realize that those gold flakes in it are real, and I am severely allergic to gold.
What?
Yeah. I ended up, my throat closed up.
This far? You and him, dude. You're both recessive genes.
You're the opposite of Jeff Bezos. You're allergic to gold.
Yes.
Love it. Love it. All right. For first drinks, we had Jeremy the Head Fox with Crown Royal and Dr. Pepper because college. All right, QM, what was that drink? That drink that, teenager, it's the first mixed drink that you had ready access to. You're just mixing it when you want a quick cocktail. What was that first mixed drink that you went to? Your go-to young person mixed drink?
I didn't really drink until I met Boozy. So I was 25, 26 before I actually started drinking. With any regularity. Like, I would have like a drink at a party, but I would probably have to say the first drink that I had like in a bar was a screwdriver. Like, I was kind of just like dipping my toe in the water because he was shooting back whiskey. At the time, I did not care for whiskey. It took me a little bit. Once I started drinking whiskey, once I started being able to take apart the flavors in it, and I could, like, I could I detect hints of cinnamon in this or chocolate or like once I was able to, then I really started to enjoy it. But before that, I was not really a drinker, so.
I get that. It took me a little while. Actually, this gentleman over here got me more into whiskeys and scotches. I knew of them, but I wasn't the biggest fan until he showed me some good ones. Which, speaking of that, what is this?
This is called the Glendronach 15, The Revival. I don't know if it's still being produced or not. This is expensive. I do not usually get this bottle.
I got it. I usually get one nice bottle for the holidays, and this was this one. I wanted a solid staple. It's finished in some form of wine and or port casks. And so like if you have two axes and you have smoky on one side and sweet on the other, and then you have on the other axis very light and then very full body and in your face, I would describe this one as the best possible dead center whiskey. It has smoke, it has sweet, and it is a good balanced maltiness and goes down smooth. It is one of my all-time favorites, which is why I'm willing to spend too much money on a bottle of booze on it.
I hear you. Cheers, my friend. Cheers, QM.
Cheers. I have my iced tea over here.
What do you have? I might have asked this before, but I don't remember. A tea-based cocktail. This came up. I think Exendiv asked us about that previously.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Is there any tea-based cocktail you'd recommend to us and the chat?
An Earl Grey gin fizz. Probably.
Ooh.
So what all goes into that? I'm assuming the fizz is seltzer or something else.
The fizz is egg white. You take egg white. You get a shaker cup, ice, egg white, gin, and then you very strong brewed Earl Grey tea. Put it in the shaker, shake it, strain it over a cocktail cup, and the egg white interacts with the alcohol, and it kind of makes it like a stiff foam. So
it's super interesting. I like those things.
It is.
That's fascinating.
My favorite will always be the old school hot toddy. If you want a tea alcoholic drink, there's nothing like a good hot toddy. And that's just tea and whiskey and honey. Oh, honey. Honey.
And a pretty person named Todd?
He's such a sweetheart.
So I want to ask, because it's in your background, you have a wonderful shelf in screen behind you, QM.
Yes, I do.
And is there any bottle on there that you would like to point out that has some form of significance? Either like there's a story attached with it, or it's a rare bottle that you want to talk about, or just something that has a funny story attached?
Hold on, I've got 3.
Ooh. So while QM goes to look for that, we are doing this for charity. I don't know how we're going to be able to do it. I had grander plans than what ended up in effect today.
Dragor, what's the saying? I forgot the saying. I forgot the saying.
I will go with the Pepper Coyote song lyric. I could always say I tried.
It is, we try things. Sometimes they work.
Sometimes they work. We are going to have for First Squared proper the ability for you all to call in and be able to show up and either ask a question or give a comment. That is too complex to handle right now, but watch out when we do announce another test of that. We're going to try to do that, but
we will be shooting for January for another test,
yes,
by the way.
If we get word either through the chat here or Skylar or others behind the scenes telling us, if donations come through before this panel is up in the next 38 minutes, I will do... You said don't shoot it, but that's actually what this bottle is for.
Oh, the 12-year?
I will.
Yeah, we can shoot.
I will hurt myself on the 12-year and get tipsy before this panel is done as you donate. And if there's a question, an admission, a toast you want us to do, we will do that. We'll try and figure it out. If you donate, please be honest and just drop it in the YouTube live chat, and we will react accordingly.
Sounds good to me. Now, QM, you grabbed a few bottles right there to tell us a story. Now, please, bottle and story.
Okay, bottle and story. This right here, let me get it a little closer to the camera so you can see. This is Nouveau Beaujolais. It is a French wine. It is the very first pressing of the Beaujolais grape. It comes out once. They do not release it in the U.S. until a specific day. November 17th is Beaujolais Day. They release it for sale nationwide on November 17th every year.
That's awesome.
It is a best drank young wine. Not most. I don't know. A lot of your French reds are the kind that you'd let mellow in the cellar or something.
Yeah.
But this one is one you want to drink right away. This particular bottle was the one I bought the year my son was born, my youngest son. So we had it that year for his not for his first Christmas, but for his first. We had it before his. I think it was his first Thanksgiving. We had it for, but we had. We got it that year, and I'll get him one, like a specific bottle when he turns 21. Then I have a cigar and a bottle.
Sweet.
I have a cigar and a bottle of wine saved for each of my. Speak of the devil.
He wants his bottle, Mom. Ma, give me the bottle. Ma, bottle.
Not yet.
Ed Fox, thank you so much for your donation. Cheers, friend.
This is like watching my hell from the outside. Good luck.
All right. This here is a bottle of Jefferson's aged at sea. This particular bottle of whiskey was taken on a boat and aged at sea. It is absolutely delicious.
So I have to ask, like, does that bit of brine come through on it?
Well,
Yeah,
aged at sea, I gotta assume it's on a boat, so it's constantly moving just slightly. It is a liquid, so I guess does the barrel, the flavors from the barrel shine through a little bit more because of the gyration? Is that what they're doing, or is it just a fun little thing?
Well, it's a fun little thing, but they did it to see if it would affect the flavor, and it actually does.
That kind of makes sense because because the barrels are going to lose the angel's share. So as it's going, he really wants his bottle. He really wants that bottle.
How about you take Daddy's sweatshirt up to him, huh?
But yeah, I got to assume that what you lose from the angel's share with the slow rocking motion of the boat being a liquid, yeah, it would hit the top of the barrel. So you don't, and I'm assuming they're still rotating it. So yeah, that makes sense to me. It should get more of that barrel flavor coming through, whatever they age it in.
Yeah, charred bourbons are always aged in a charred oak barrel.
So
like to even be classified as a
bourbon.
bourbon.
If that one's a first fill?
What was that?
Do you know offhand if that one's a first fill?
Yes.
Basically, with like in Scotch whiskey, for example, they rarely use first fill barrels. In fact, it's very common for Scotch whiskeys to buy up used American oak bourbon barrels to age their Scotch whiskey in it.
Now, see, that's the funny thing with it's the exact opposite with a bourbon. They'll only use the barrel once because they want.
I love that.
Before they take the barrel and age the whiskey in it, they char the inside of it with the torch, and it gives it that little bit of a smoky, charred flavor to it. But to be classified as a bourbon, it has to be a brand new charred oak barrel. Now
once quarantine is over, I'm so glad you brought that up because I desperately need to take you, and if Boozy's with too, I hope you would enjoy it as well. Walking distance, like a few blocks from my condo, is the Koval Distillery. And not only do they do tours and tastings of their stuff, depending on what you buy, they'll do like a 12 bottle tasting where it's, 3 or 4 of theirs
and then they will do other local distilleries and notable distilleries in comparison. So like they'll give you a couple of different tastings of different Corsair to go alongside their own, just to show you what different types of craft distillers are doing. You heard it here. I am going to treat you to that once it is safe and logistically able to do so.
So
I would enjoy that.
Go ahead,
and vice versa. If you get a chance to come out here, we will have to take you hopping on the. There are a lot of small distilleries in this area.
What is your favorite that you want to give a shout out to? That we should check out. Like what's a distinguishing feature of you can only get it at this distillery?
It's my favorite show. I love this. Guys, welcome to what is this panel called?
This is called
it's okay, just leave them under there.
And Parenting 101.
And
We always
Parenting
combine
101.
these panels.
Hey, there has been less cursing on this panel with children.
Fair enough.
Than the Otherworld Stories one.
Fair
Did I
enough.
stop my count? 3?
We stopped at 3.
Jazzy, I love you. You got the first 2.
I'm learning. It's rare that it wasn't my first. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being worse than me.
Just leave him in here. That's fine.
While we're talking about the bourbons, I want to talk about
Tommy
my
Gutcho.
favorite distillery that I've ever been to as far as tastings go. And it's not because it was the best scotch. It's not because it was the best tasting. It's because, to me, it was just a magical experience, and that was Door County. Have you ever been, QM?
No.
So that's when you come into town to have the scotch with Drager, you're going to do that one first. You experience the good stuff. Then we will take you to the location, because Door County has the Door County Distillery. A bunch of beautiful bottles of very fruity wine, very fun, very sugar-filled. But in the back, they have their new distillery where they make a wine, a bourbon, a few other things. But one of their things is a coffee bourbon. Now, it would have been cool just to try that, but we went out there. It was a tradition for myself and Javelin, John the Human. We would go out to Door County and get Christmas shopping done. We'd go there, and we'd buy all the wine we could, and we'd be done in one day until we drank all the wine and had to do it again next week. It was always a good time. But the first time we went and found out that they had a distillery open in the back, we walked right past the wine and into the distillery that nobody knew about. We walk in, a giant. Oh my God! Ah! It's wrestling time! Quick, give them both a shot of bourbon. They'll be down for the count. They'll be asleep.
No!
That's how you go. I'm putting me to sleep, and I turned out okay. Oh, I see your point now.
Wow.
What?
Wow. No. What's the thing? That's going to be a yikes from me.
That's a yikes. You never had a toothache and you got bourbon rubbed on your gums?
No.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Funny story about that.
Yeah.
Actually, when this one was a baby, he was teething and I couldn't get him to stop crying. My mom said, "Have you tried whiskey?" I didn't realize she meant rub it on the gums.
Oh no!
I put it in the sippy cup, and I essentially made the child a hot toddy.
That's basically what my parents did for me. That's how they got me to go to bed.
I'm fairly certain at that stage, my parents' reaction was to do 2 shots of whiskey and then give me a frozen waffle.
There you go. Oh, right. I remember frozen waffles in the gum. Well, we go to the distillery. We're literally the only people in the distillery portion of this building. There is a gentleman behind the bar. He's there to pour drinks. This is adorable. This is so adorable. And he wants to do his job. He is genuinely excited to have people back there with him. So he starts pouring us shots of everything this place had, then pouring us more shots of everything this place. And we hung out back there for an hour talking bourbons and whiskeys and beers and wines. But more importantly, the coffee brandy, which he easily poured us 3 shots of. We leave there. We are happy. We walk out of the building. We have our Christmas shopping done. And John looks at me and goes, I cannot drive. And I said, I cannot think. Luckily, the night before we were hanging out, we made a ham just for, we did a family dinner thing with my family and his. We turned those into hot ham and cheese sandwiches to take on the road. They were all in tin foil and in a little hot box. We're sitting on his car, listening to the radio, trying to sober up, eating these sandwiches when the news report comes in. Blizzard coming down from Canada, running through Door County into Chicago into the evening. Everyone stay indoors. It's the only way you'll survive. Like, oh. Across the street was a, what do you call it, a coffee shop. We run across the street, get the largest coffees we can and some ice, chug the coffees, QM turned into a baby. We chug the coffees, we're scarfing down ham and cheese sandwiches just until we're testing each other to see if we're sober. Walk in the straight line, John. Get out of traffic. So we're finally comfortable. And we get into the car and we are listening to the radio go crazy about the blizzard that is coming in. We get onto this is a 3.5 hour drive, 4.5 hour drive. Yeah. Get onto the highway and go. We are obeying traffic laws in quotations and just going. We got to my house, pulled into my driveway as the snow is starting to fall. John lived 5 minutes from my house. In those 5 minutes, it went from we were driving with a cloudy sky and a few flurries to he almost didn't make it home.
Holy cow.
That was the Chicago blizzard. I almost got killed in downtown by getting run over by a plow.
Wow.
That was the 4 foot of snow in Chicago day.
Oh, like when Lakeshore closed.
Yes, that was that one. We did not. We weren't listening to the weather. We were totally uninformed because we suck.
Okay. For anyone who only heard of it and never saw it, look up Snowpocalypse Lakeshore Drive Chicago just to see how absolutely bananas that was.
That was like, an incredible moment.
People had to abandon their cars. The cars were some of the shorter cars were completely covered with snow. Buses were just completely packed in. It was ridiculous.
Oh, people they were required to leave their cars because it was not possible to move due to the lake effect snow blowing in off the lake and burying. People's cars were actually buried to the top. Police made them leave their cars and then got them away home. And you just got your car in 2 days when everything cleared up.
So on the clear up, like you work in Chicago, but at weird shifts. I live in Chicago, and the most surreal thing I ever saw was the commissioned fleet of construction and garbage dump trucks that had to dump truck out the snow out of the city.
Oh my God.
Like 24 hours. They kept having to do it because there was nowhere for it to go.
Oh my God.
I kept watching dump trucks full of snow driving to get it out. There was that much. It was surreal and cool.
That is really neat. No, so
how you doing, QM?
Not quite. We're almost there.
We cannot hear you, QM. And I don't know if that's a you thing or an us.
We'll get there. Okay, we're working on it. So before then, Dragger, while we're trying to get everything set up, let's go to a favorite of mine. Let's go with 5-second stories.
Okay.
You're going to have to do a 5-second story now.
A 5-second story.
5 seconds. You just do a story. We can go for it. So, Dragger, my first question to you is, that time you regretted drinking, you only have 5 seconds to tell the story, though. That time you regretted drinking.
Scotch, rum, absinthe.
He's alive. He's alive. I checked. Didn't think that was going to be the case.
Hey, Boozy.
Boozy is helping. All right, so rum, scotch, absinthe?
No. Scotch, rum, absinthe. And technically, it was 2 different shots of rum before the absinthe.
You are not human.
I felt the full repercussions of those poor decisions.
A long time ago, myself and Mouse started making our own cocktails, and we come up with names first and then came up with the cocktail. And we had a few names. The Mayan calendar is the one that I truly wish we could have come up with something for, because we always thought the Mayan calendar was such a great name, but we never found a drink worthy. The Atomic Rainbow, though. The Atomic Rainbow. Martini glass. On the bottom, a splash of grenadine. That bright, that red that just pops out at you. Layered on top of the grenadine, a good shot full of blue curacao. Nice blue, vibrant, red, blue. The next shot on top of that, Goldschlager. Goldschlager layered on top, a nice thin layer. On top of that, layered on top, Jaeger. Jaeger floating on the Goldschlager. And on top of that, at the top of a martini glass, the most surface, trying as hard as you can to make it as thin as possible, Bacardi 151, and set it on fire. The Atomic Rainbow. We made it once and decided never to do it again because setting a martini glass on fire is precarious at best. And especially because alcohol flames, by the way, this is for anyone out there who has never set a drink on fire. Number 1, actually don't do it. It's not worth it. It's literally not worth it. Number 2, bear in mind, if you are doing it during the day, in a lit room, any place with a lot of lighting, the flame is invisible. It is on fire. You can't see the flame. Very important. Nobody died.
Can they hear you?
QM, try saying something.
Hello.
We hear you. Hooray. Welcome back.
Yes!
Welcome back, friends.
I was just waiting for you to tell me
All right.
I can hear you before I left.
Okay, yeah.
I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm wearing split pajama pants and a t-shirt.
Yeah, just careful walking out.
Yeah, I mean, how am I gonna get out of the room now? The ass of these pants are
here.
blown out.
This is my favorite episode of anything I have ever watched. This is the best.
Boozy, how am I going to get out of here? The ass of my pants are blown out, Badger.
I'm just saying, if that's not rounding out the stream total to the next $100, I don't know what is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God, I love you guys so much.
If the next donation comes through, the next thing I'm gonna do a little bit of a shot of is a cask strength bottle.
Ooh, which one's that?
This is the Lafroig. Okay, I put the picture up. Let's put the picture up again, because I'm gonna pronounce it and it's gonna sound counterintuitive. I'm trusting this pronunciation from someone who knows far more than I. The middle bottle, the top one, as far as I'm aware, is called Lafroig. Now that middle word there, I am told, is pronounced with a Scottish accent, car chase.
Car chase.
I do not know how to pronounce it with a Scottish accent. I need to get Foxamore to record this for me.
We're going to need Fox on this one.
This is cask strength. It is finished in port and wine casks. Lafroig, I always say the terrible joke, but I love it anyway. Lafroig is liquid campfire in a glass. It tastes like Boy Scouts, but not like that. Got the effect I wanted. Huzzah. So I will put that image away.
That image will never go away.
Yeah, the one in your mind is there to stay. Good luck. But yes, this is liquid campfire in a glass with a lot of port and wine notes. So it gets that smoke and savory and sweet all together in a way that I think works. So whatever donation comes through next gets to punish me with that, because usually I dilute this, and I won't for that one.
Oh, honey.
What? Look, just because you're like, I did a shot of 151, and then all of us go, you dumbass.
Yeah.
That's not you dumbass. That's just, oh, honey.
My lungs can be set on fire.
Check the link That means check the GoFundMe. Let's go.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
I did not know it was that high. That makes me very happy.
That is wonderful. Thank you. Sincerely, thank you all. Hasn't refreshed yet. Okay.
They will tell us on our screen, Skylar, if you could keep us informed. And by the way, again, a huge shout out to Skylar, who has been feeding us information in a way that we can. Dude, you're doing great. Thanks again.
Yes, thank you.
And
okay, I just want the smallest splash of that, by the way.
Okay, we're gonna do that. QM, here's a question for you. If you can figure something out, what's a fact or a tidbit or something about cask strength whiskey that a lot of people don't know? Like, why would you get that or not get that over something that's been reduced to 46, 43, or even 40%?
Well, cask strength is, despite the name, it isn't the strength it comes out of the cask at. If a true cask strength would be like drinking fire water, it would be drinking like 151 bourbon.
I'll be right there.
No.
Bourbon? Oh no.
Because it comes out of the cask at an insanely high proof. But cask strength is as close to pure out of the barrel as you can get in a bottle. It's very little diluted. It's not as filtered as the say the 40%, the 60%. It's a little bit so it's a little bit less filtered, little bit less diluted. You get more of what's in the barrel. You get more of because it doesn't go through the filtration, through the extra filtration, extra distillation. You get more of you get more of the flavor of what it was made from. You get more of the grain, the corn. If it's a wheated bourbon, you get more of the wheat from it. The nice like smoky sweetness. If it's more rye, you get more of that nutty spiciness. So cask strength is nice if you are a connoisseur. You like to be able to taste like bourbon in its purest form.
The refresh just came through. Thank you, QM, for that info. And cheers to Eddie the Weather Fox for your donation. I'm going to do my favorite silly toast for this.
What do you got?
This one's from my dad. If you've seen him at First Squared, he uses the Lord of the Rings name on his badge name, Strider.
Yes.
So thank you to my dad, Strider, for this toast. Over the lips, through the gums, look out, stupid, here it comes.
That's your dad. I will never forget drinking with your father in Las Vegas. Taking him to a craps table and explaining the entire game to him. And after being there for a good hour playing the game, him watching. When we do craps, I like to do a big team game, because if you don't play craps, you lose a lot of money very fast at craps. You can make a lot of money very fast. But for the most part, the more money you put into it, the better the game is just for your personal enjoyment. So yeah, you're going to go through money a little bit quicker if you're losing. So we do it as a team, a conglomerate. And we all put in and we all give suggestions, but one person's at the table. And his dad was doing that with us. And his dad said, I think I understand the game. I'm going to try it on my own, but I don't want to be at a table with a $5 minimum. Like, well, there's the electronics crap game that looks like the old Trouble game. It's got the pop-it dice in the middle. But it had no minimum. You could put in $1 and play with pennies. So cool. We all went over there, and his dad starts playing. I put in my money. He puts in his money. We're playing for a good 5 minutes, and while sitting next to me, he goes, gosh darn it, but not those words. And I go, oh, how much money did you lose? And I look over, and he has chips all over the board. And as he craps out, he goes, $1.13.
Uh-huh.
He played with pennies and nickels. I'm sitting over there with everything that I took from the last table, a few $100. He lost $1.13. He's just like, oh, I can't believe this game. It's one more time.
So before my dad retired, he was in the tech sector, and one of his employees, like they were just shooting the breeze or what have you, and he was just bemoaning certain like purchase choices to make. And one of his employees says to my dad, "Strider, you're so cheap you could make Lincoln scream."
That's great.
And my dad comes home and tells my family this as like a badge of honor.
It is a badge of I respect that.
I know you do.
It's a good way to be, man.
Gambling is the only place, Alkali, where your love of logic and math and numbers goes out the window.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That is actually fair.
We do budgeting for First Squared, and part of the budgeting for First Squared, to make this on topic, is like the alcohol gifts. And it's picking like, well, do we really have to get that bottle? And you're talking like a $5 difference.
Yes, I am.
And then we go to Vegas, and Xander and I are watching as every ounce of reason goes out the window, and in comes a parade of superstition and BS.
Absolutely. That's how Vegas works.
You and Boozy are forbidden to go gambling together ever.
Oh, I have curtailed the problem. I bring in my cash and then give them my wallet. It works fine. I can't go to the ATM. It works absolutely okay.
That's how we work it out when we go. I go and like eat because like the buffets are super cheap, and you know I don't like gambling. So you know I have fun with the food. He goes and gambles, and then he's like, I lost it all, and then we can go home.
I'll give you the nicer one.
Oh, I appreciate that. No, I hear that. There's something beautiful about Vegas. There's a camaraderie around the craps table, and I think that is exasperated by craps is one of those games that the casino knows, other than slot machines, where table games are concerned, craps is a good moneymaker for casinos. So they do, as far as I know, this used to definitely be the case. I think it still is. They always send the drink ladies around with drinks to craps tables first. So usually what you end up with is a table of people either winning or losing, but very intoxicated. So when you get a hot shooter on a craps table, it is like having your own mini FurCon. Everyone's slapping each other on the back, lower sometimes if they're really drunk, and you're all good friends. It's a good game.
It is. Sorry. I'm also double duty as just
I know
checking and making sure things are good.
Yeah, I'm elongating some stories when out of the corner of my eye. I'm like, all right, he's dealing with crap, and we're dealing with fruit flies.
No, you're dealing with craps.
Oh, yeah.
One of the big things we look forward to is, so long story short, Tycho, the founder and con chair of Biggest Little FurCon, BLFC.
Such a sweetheart.
We meet through Furry Convention Leadership Roundtable. It's a purely the community put together this meet to help cons solve problems together once a year. So we meet Tycho through that. We just chat, hit it off. And then Tycho just flies out from, I forget if he lives in Nevada or not, comes to First Squared, specifically to check out our little con. And we were so flattered.
He is such a sweetheart.
And that was the year we were experimenting with emoji on the badges for the first time. So it didn't quite go right. So Tycho says, and the badge he wanted was a badge that had a single emoji and eggplant, because we're that type of immature.
That's right.
So Tycho says to me before he departs, hey, I expect you to deliver that badge to me at BLFC. So that's how I go to my first BLFC. I go and I staff it, and I have one of the best times of my life. It's one of the most unique conventions out there.
We love you, BLFC.
So after I go, I'm ranting and raving to Dragot House here. Y'all got to go to BLFC. There's a casino in the hotel.
So
me and Dez almost missed a panel because we were on a hot streak. It was one of the hardest decisions I have ever made. Professional performer on a hot streak. What do you do?
I'm shocked you showed up.
I had to. I will never insult
You
the
say
people who
never,
want.
and
I
in
would
the back
never.
of your mind, you could be at a table and go, "If I stay, this will be the best furry donation ever."
That's fair. That's
See,
fair.
I know you. I know how your gambling brain works.
Damn it! Damn it!
Iggy says seven's out. So we've got about 7-ish minutes left. I forgot to get the link. If someone in the chat can get it, right at 4 after this is Uncle Kage's wine stream. So we do not want to overlap with that. Uncle Kage has done absolutely wonderful things, both on his own and through Anthrocon for charity. So we wouldn't dare step on his toes. If you are curious and interested and haven't checked it out before, go check out the Uncle Kage's wine stream. We'll try and provide a link. Again, this has been for Rob Hogan, and we're having fun and amusement, hopefully to allow you to enjoy yourself and enjoy yourself such, if you can safely, give and donate for a good cause, because he's a great person. And we look forward to seeing him in person, if possible, at First Squared 2022.
There's so many people I'm looking forward to seeing in person again. So many people.
On that topic, I do like to draw silver linings out of bad situations. So for each of us, I would like to ask, what is an unexpected positive or thing you've been able to do that you otherwise wouldn't have because of quarantine? I will go first while you think. For myself, it's the full transition into work remote. I'm very lucky that my job basically continued as is without having to go in. And if you've seen me do it or not, Xander sometimes joined me. On my lunch break now, I get on my bike and stream and BS, because I learned about myself. I'll skip the exercise if there's nothing to hold me accountable. So if I do that dumb thing and say, I'm going to stream while being on a bike, gosh darn it, my brain goes, don't you dare blow that off.
Yep.
And that is how I have been increasing my fitness. I'm going to call it out in the chat. Headfox and Jeremy, that Headfox says, quarantine ended up getting him back into the fandom. Thank you so much. You've been a pleasure to have around. You have had wonderful anecdotes to share. Tezcat says, work from home full week, not just weekend.
Good for you, Tezcat.
And make no mistake, I do want to call this out. I am fortunate that my job has been able to just transition to remote. This isn't, it's a humble brag, but it's not really a humble brag. It's luck. I am lucky to have the job I do, and therefore I have gone out of my way. Things I budget for savings, I have not been saving this quarantine. That entire savings budget has been dedicated to help friends, help charity, help family. A lot I see on Twitter, a lot of art streams that are like emergency commissions open. Not only do I go and do that, I try and throw more at it that I can, without putting myself in a bad spot. It's no secret I have medical issues. I never know when that's going to scare me. But that's kind of what we always say. When you can give, give. I always try to do that. I'm lucky to be able to not just work, but get on my bike and stream with y'all and be an idiot. Thank you so much for everything you all do when you show up, when you donate. It's made this quarantine, at least for me, a lot more livable. Cheers.
Cheers. QM?
I have to say, although I haven't had much free time during quarantine with the house full, I've been able to let go of a lot of things that I wasn't able to previously, because now with that we're all stuck in the house, and it was starting to grate on me that like the kids were pulling out stuff that like we hadn't used in forever, and it's like, okay, well, why are we holding on to this? So I was able to purge a lot of stuff from the house. It made me happy. And I'm able to make the house what I want it to as well. We did not get the house in the greatest condition. Our landlord cheaped out everywhere, so I'm looking forward to getting it like where I want it.
Very cool. I got to go with the easy one. I got a little backwards during quarantine. I got a lot less free time, but I'm using it better. So quarantine has actually taught me to use my free time a little bit better. And in regards to that, I'm on the same boat as Eddie. I have been using this time to really up my cooking game. And right now there is a dissected apple pie sitting inside that we need to bake. I've got a loaf of bread that's going to be rising shortly. Balsamic vinegar. Like, we're having a lot of fun with food. So I got fatter.
So we're going to throw to the First Squared ad at the end. In this chat, the GoFundMe for Rob is pinned on the First Squared Live page. It is there. You'll see the link all over. For the final toast I would like to give, and I learned both versions of this. There's the core one, and then the addendum from the Dorsai. And the toast is as follows. There are many people. I hope the original toast doesn't impact you as much, but if it does, it's a point of remembrance. So the first part of the toast is to absent friends.
To absent friends.
I'm going to... Tommy, I hope you are having an easier time now than you did before. Thank you. The important second half of the toast that the Dorsai added that is incredibly meaningful is a toast to you all, to you Alkali, to you QM. Thank you for present company.
To present company.
We're going to throw to the ad at the end and then go check out Uncle Kage's wine stream. This has been a surprise charity stream for Rob Hogan, doubled with a First Squared technical test. Thank you again to Fur, to Furion and Ashcore for helping wrangle all of this. And of course, Skylar, you are amazing for everything you did for this. Thank you and have a good rest of your day.
Good night, everyone.
An amazing breakthrough in the field of telegraphical fursuits. Conglomerate scientists have created a dirigible fursuit. Look at this fellow here. Fur was volunteered to become the latest vulcanized rubber for our convention attendees' amusement. Show us a trick, Fur. Aw, isn't that cute? First Squared needs you! The greatest convention of the Roaring 2.0s is planning its mega telewire event for this February. Do you draw or sling ink? We're planning a virtual artist alley. Got something to sell, your fellow fuzzies? We're putting together a virtual dealer's den. More details will be published online and in cyber newsprint and telegraphic offices all over the Roaring 2.0. We are still accepting submissions for online panels and other discussions on the wire. Got an idea you think people would like to participate in? Or performance to play? Wire your messages direct to our programming staff. Submissions are open. Don't be a Reuben. Get your info on this Sockdolliger. Do that and you'll be riding the trolley at light speed.